Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario, for an Ontario Regional Drivers Championship 2022. With me on the show, we've got Robert Reed Jr., normally with us on the Tuesday, but you decided to take off to Pluto last night.
Yeah,
that's what I'm reading on Twitter, anyway.
Yeah, it was a rough one last night, Sugar. I was left scratching my head over last night's card, but you know what? What you got to do is you guys got to turn the page, right? And you move on to tonight. What a card we have this evening. So excited to be here live and in person at the Raceway.
Right on. It's great to have you with us. I'm track announcer Shannon Sugar Doyle with you. It's been a long time since we did a pregame show. It's been a long time since there's been a driver championship. So we get talking about how do we want this show to go down. I said, Robert, there's no real way to mess this up. It's been so long since we've done one of these that nobody really knows, what should be featured, what shouldn't be. But we're going to do our best to bring the action to everyone on track with us tonight. We do have racing getting underway at about 5:50. Before that, we'll do the driver intros around 5:30. We'll do program changes around 5:40. Before that, though, let's get this pregame show underway. We've got a pick five play, $10,000 guaranteed pool in the opener, and we might as well set up some ticket ideas, right? Here we go. Right off the bat, a field of 7, and I'm using them all except for the 5. We got some visiting drivers getting some opportunities in the early going. Got Trevor, Louis-Philippe Roy. We've got Bob McClure, James McDonald, all involved there, getting some prep racing in prior to the challenge that will begin in race number 3. So, over in race number 2, I'm going to try the 4. Can't stop the feeling there with McNair, then Behaving Myself, Class Dropping, Louis-Philippe Roy. My key play on tonight's card, it's the only key I could find on the whole program, Robert. That is Land of Paradise. James McDonald hops on board. I believe that horse is sitting on a win. What do you think?
Top choice for me.
Okay.
Didn't single that one,
yeah,
but I like where you went with that one. I think that she's probably one of the most logical winners of the evening.
Yeah.
Just, 0 for 14 on the season, right? But many in that race have trouble finding the winner's circle.
Right on. Just the form is really good on that one. Scott McDevitt in the winner's circle there last night with a Mr. Cheeseman. Lifetime best down the road for House. Very tough. There's 2 drivers. Now, I've been here about 9 years, Robert, and there's 2 drivers I've noticed in my time here, when they put one on the lead, they're very tough to go by. Lauren House, Alfie Carroll.
And Lauren House ate his Wheaties last night, didn't he? Because he sent 2 down the road.
He sure did.
And I know he busted up a lot of pick 5 tickets with both those victories.
You bet. Over into race number 4, I'm going to go 4 deep in there, a 1, 4, 7, 8. I might as well put the big star next to 4. He's a handyman. This horse was circling up in a big way last time out for Horner. He just missed 3rd by a head. Colin Kelly hops on for a chance with that one tonight. Over to race number 5, we're going to go 3 deep, 2 complete. Fly Santana on the rail. Runaway Heiress at a post 3. Black Creek Rosebud, the only one showing 56 over London in the recent starts, and that one picks up Doug McNair. I know you're going elsewhere, but I'm going to leave that one alone for right now in race number 5. And if you want to play along with that ticket idea on the screen, going to cost you about $28.80 to chase along with myself on this one. Robert Reed Jr., the floor is yours for the early pick 5.
You see it a little bit differently, Sugar. We're similar throughout, but you're my best bet absent from your final leg of that pick 5. Single for me. But starting off in the first race, 6 and 7, I hate going to the outside of the gate. I really do. And the more and more I looked at this, leading up to this evening, I said, you know what, maybe I'm crazy just to go 6, 7 in here because there is some speed on the inside. We got Trevor Henry, Louis-Philippe Roy, but I'm just going to stick to my guns, go 6, 7 in the opener. 4, 5 in the second. The 4 Can't Stop the Feeling is one that I really like in there. Second start for Courtney Bishop off the claim. But I think you have to have the 5 Behaving Myself. The thing about that one is could win by an open margin, might finish nowhere, right, based on recent form. The
form is just nowhere on that horse, but a significant class drop on the 5.
Huge class drop. So you have to have that one in your ticket, but might get overbet in there. Third race, 3 deep for me. I do like your single, Land of Paradise. I'm adding in the 7, Alamo Sealster. I know it's post 7. Go back, though, to the start of this horse's career. Started her career with Greg McNair as a trainer and Doug McNair. Both of those wins in her career came with Doug and the bike. Maybe they have a little bit of reunited, and it feels so good tonight.
Peaches and Herb all the way with 7 in the 3rd.
And the 8 bookie, baby, second tier. Not a big fan of that this evening throughout the card, but I think this one could step up with a big effort. So 5, 7, 8 in race 3 for me. In race 4, I'm using the inside 5.
There you go.
I think you've got to go real deep in this one.
Okay.
Dark Moves is a horse I'm using. I think he might get overplayed tonight based on those performances. This is a huge step up in class. He's got the pole position. I like others in here. The 5 Betters Victory, my top choice. He's a handyman. You got to use this one with Colin Kelly in the bike tonight. And like you mentioned, big time late speed last time to get up for third, only got beat ahead. And race 5, well, you don't have this one.
I don't.
She's a roan mare, making her second start back off a layoff, was claimed last time by Joseph Squires. So first start off the claim. Brett McDonald knows her well, driven her 10 times in the past, a win, 2 seconds and 2/3. I think she might get pointed tonight and be tough to beat off the claim. 8-1 in the morning line. I don't think we get that price, but I'm all in on number 2 Tanzanian in race number 5.
You've done your research on that mare, and for you to key up an 8-1 shot, I don't think they're going to get that kind of value. But best of luck to you on completing that pick 5. Again, you won't find number 2 on the end of my early pick 5 ticket. So we'll wish you luck, and you know, we've got some best bets later in this shortened up show. But right now, the Driver's Challenge itself. Do you have one that kind of stands out? I think you got to finish first and second to go on to the Nationals. So do you have a pick or 2?
You know, it's hard to go against James McDonald in anything these days, right?
For sure.
But for me tonight, if I was to bet on this Driver's Challenge, my money would be on Doug McNair. I think that he has several horses that suit his strengths going down the road. He's got a lot of speed to work with, and he can keep them alive better than anybody. He knows this surface well. It's great to have him back here. And I think he might get off to a little bit of a slower start, but his power picks up late, and I'd rather be a late winner than an early winner in these kind of competitions. So I'm on Doug McNair tonight.
I remember doing the selections up for this card, and right off the bat, I sensed Doug McNair had plenty, like you said, just horses that suit him well. Colin Kelly, I know the Maritimers, there'll be lots cheering on Colin. He's drawn well into this competition as well. Those are my top 2 guys for going on to the Nationals. Doug McNair, just the first career driving victory, came here, his 1,000th career drive. He knows London. He makes speed. It doesn't matter where he's leaving from. If he's leaving on the car, he can get them to the front if they've got any kind of early speed, right?
Exactly, yeah. That's why some of those outside posts tonight don't scare me with Doug aboard, because I mean, he's going to leave out, and hopefully if he can't get to the lead, he can duck into a 2-hole or a 3-hole.
Billy Davis Jr. told me a few years ago there's a thing, some of the drivers that can make that speed from the outside post, when they draw that outside post 6 or 7, they call it London time.
There you go.
It's just a thing. Billy Davis Jr. passed that on to me a few years ago. And all right, let's get a look at some best bet selections now. Myself, yourself, Nathan, and Mel Key from Ontario Racing. My best bet, it's got to be Land of Paradise, race number 3, sitting on a win. I think she's a key play for multi-legs. You can sell this Tanzanian all you want.
Oh, listen, I kept looking at the program, looking for one that would provide value tonight, and we try to do that as much as we can, Sugar. And I thought this was one that might do that again. Putting this one down as a best bet, and I think we'll take support anyways off the claim for Joe Squires.
Sure.
But second start back off a layoff as well. I think there's a lot of boxes being ticked with Tanzanian, and I'm happy to support her. At any price of even 5-2 or more, I'll be on her bandwagon.
Wish you luck, Joey Squires. Good luck with your new purchase there, Tanzanian. More best bet ideas later on in the card. Nathan Bain, he'll be our eyes and ears in the paddock tonight. We'll check in with him for live hits. He's on Go Mud. Easy winner there last time out. Picks up McNair. Kind of suits him, right?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think that one's going to be sent right down the road tonight. Raced fantastic last time. And, there's nothing like a horse that can fire off the gate in good form for Dougie to jump aboard.
Right on. Melissa Key, she's done the Ontario Racing picks tonight. She's all over the trotter Run Like Hill in the finale. Your thoughts briefly on that one?
One that I like just for a smaller piece, though. I think it's a pretty tough race. I really do, and I think Willie Wynn with the rail control is going to be difficult to beat. And I like Peter Crown from post 7. James McDonald's driven the horse once before, and that was a victory over Grand River. So I like 1-7 in there, but I do have Run Like Hill for a small piece.
Right on. Those multi-leg wagers throughout the night. The back half of the card is so tough. If you can hit the late pick 4, the late pick 5, you're going to get paid, right?
Oh, yeah. Like last night, right?
It's like last night,
Somebody
of course.
was walking away in a Brinks truck.
That's right. There were some very nice payouts. Late pick 4 was somewhere over $2,000 on the 20 center. The late pick 5, 20-cent ticket, 10 grand plus. Just amazing. So that's going to do it for a pregame show. It's been a long time, but you know what? We got through it. We're on our way to an Ontario Regional Driving Championship this evening. Driver intros are coming up next at about 5:30. Stick around. There's more to come. Changes will follow that. Race 1 getting underway at 5:50. So, good evening once again, everyone. Now from up top, your track announcer Shannon Sugardoe with you. We were going to do the driver intros at about 5:30, but you know what? We're going to go ahead and do program changes first, as our director of racing, Rob Lumsden, is gathering up our competing drivers for the championship this evening. He's down in the paddock, and they'll be over here shortly for driver intros. Program changes then on tonight's card. Let's go. It is 20 Celsius, 68 Fahrenheit, fast track conditions, a beautiful night for a horse race in London. Race 1, opening leg of the HBI Bet Pick 5, $10,000 guaranteed pool. There are no changes in race 1. Over to race number 2. Number 2, Mini Million is a scratch. Scratching the 2 in race 2. And I've just been notified by our officials, number 3, Scottish Mock, is also coming out of race 2. So late scratches there in tonight's second race. Scratching 2 and 3 from race 2. Over into race number 3, the opening leg of tonight's early pick 4. There are no changes. A blanket presentation to follow race number 3. It's the Ontario Equine Education Employment Program, and program coordinator Ashley MacDonald with us tonight with a blanket presentation following their third race of feature. Fourth race in race number 4. Number 1, Dark Move, started here in London on May 9th, finished. Got it as a race winner here. Scott Ray on board. Race number 5. Tonight's 5th race. It's the early super high five opportunity. Number 3, Runaway Heiress. Steel to flip-flop shoes up front. Steel to flip-flops up front for the 3, Runaway Heiress in the 5th. Race number 6. In the 6th race, scratch the 5. It's Ed's idea. Number 9, No Time at All, is going to move in. Louis Philippois will be on board. The 9 horse, No Time at All, moves in and will leave from post 5. Race 7, beginning a late pick 5 in London. Number 7, Kinder Grace, switching to a blind bridle. It's the blind bridle for 7, Kinder Grace in race 7. 8th race, the 2, Derby Dillon, blinkers to blind. The 8, Joe Rockhead, blinkers to open. The 9th race, over into race number 9, the 1, Always Your Way. This one goes to a blind bridle. Blind bridle for the 1, Always Your Way in race 9. 10th race, number 5, Mac the Knife. Multiple changes here. Switching to blinkers. And then going steel to aluminum flip-flops in front. Blinkers, steel to aluminum flip-flops in front. That's what I got. Race 11, the finale. It's the high five finale, final leg of the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship. Scratch the 2, Cane Gang. There's a late scratch coming in of 2, Cane Gang in race 11. Number 8, Just Never Mind, switching to a blind bridle, going steel to aluminum shoes up front. That'll do it for what I have right now. Program changes for tonight's 11- card. Again, we'll start things up with the Exactor Try, Superfecta, Daily Double. We've got the early Pick 5 opportunity sponsored by HBI. It's a $10,000 guaranteed pool. A low take. And as mentioned on the pregame show, Robert Reed Jr. with us on track tonight for commentary. Also providing some winner circle interviews. We've got Nathan Bain lined up in the paddock for some live hits throughout the evening. He'll be our eyes and ears down around the paddock this evening. So we'll look forward to catching up with Nathan Bain around the paddock. Costa TV with their first TV show on the season. We've got Greg Blanchard, Mark McKelvey, Jody Jameson joining us on track for that Costa TV show. And yeah, it's the bit.ca with the driver draft contest tonight. They skipped on the Monday and they thought they'd go out with the Ontario Regional Drivers Championship. So visit the bit.ca to enter the driver draft contest for this week at the Raceway. Looks like our director of racing, Robert Reed Jr., he's picked up our drivers that will be competing this evening. He's lining them up over across the road in the paddock. They'll be trackside here shortly for driver intros. If you happen to be with us on track, come on outside, enjoy the beautiful evening here in London, and offer up your support for the 9 competing drivers for the ORDC. They're on their way over from the paddock as I speak. They'll be lining up in the winner's circle for driver intros. And again, if you happen to be with us on track, come on outside, enjoy the beautiful evening, and show your support for our competing drivers for the ORDC. They'll be trackside in the winner's circle here momentarily for driver intros. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Director of Racing, Rob Lumsden Jr., directing our 9 competing drivers for the Ontario Regional Driving Championship across and into the winner's circle. They'll get set to line up in post position order for race number 3 tonight. And, of course, Austin Sorey sitting out. Race number 3, he will line up to the right. Alrighty, competing drivers are lining up. Field of 9, one of the deepest fields we've ever seen for an Ontario Regional Drivers Championship. And we're going to start off from the left. Right from the left, a first-time starter in an ORDC. He's the current driving win leader here in the nation with 129 victories this season. Our leading driver here in London as well with 79 trips to the winner's circle in 2022. He's a Raceway regular, and the Raceway just happens to be his favorite track to drive at. With 1,864 career wins and $12 million earned, we'll be cheering for one from our home team. Give it up for Travis Henry. He's the veteran of this field with 7,246 wins, over $71 million in career earnings. No stranger to the Ontario Regional Driving Championship. He's been here multiple times in the past and actually represented Canada in France back in 2013 for the World Driving Championship. A long-time kingpin driver in London. He'll always draw the attention here. Welcome back, Trevor Henry. He was the leading driver in 2021 at both Grand River Raceway and the Raceway here in London. A career best for wins last season with 278. Second only to Canada's top driver in 2021 being James MacDonald, a winner of 1,436 races, almost $9 million in career purse earnings. He'll have the advantage of knowing his way to the winner's circle here in London. Here's a Raceway regular in Colin Kelly. He got his early lessons on the PEI matinee circuit and quickly made a name for himself here in Ontario. First at Rideau Carleton, then on to the Raceway, Grand River, Flamborough, Clinton tracks, among others. A winner of 1,246 races, over $8 million in purse money. He's now in his 8th season of driving after winning the 2017 Future Star O'Brien Award. No stranger here. Good luck, Brett MacDonald. He's the reigning world driving champion from 2017, winner of the 2021 Keith Waples Driver of the Year Award, his first ever O'Brien Award, after winning 322 races and $7.5 million last season, his career best year, with a resume that now reads 2,754 wins, $45 million earned in just 14 seasons of driving. He has quickly become one of Canada's best. A pleasure to have him with us here tonight, James MacDonald. Also into his 14th season in the sulky, he's nearing 3,000 career driving victories. Just now 39 away. A winner of $35 million in purse earnings and now a mainstay on the Woodbine Mohawk Park circuit. He captured the 2019 Hambletonian aboard Forbidden Train, still his career highlight win, and then followed that up with an O'Brien Award for being Canada's Driver of the Year in 2020. Meet Bob McClure. His first career driving win came here. His 1,000th driving win came here. His career highlight was winning the O'Brien Award in 2017 for Driver of the Year. In 15 years, it's been over 4,000 trips to the winner's circle and almost $70 million in career earnings. He's a long-time Grand Circuit driver who loves the Big M, Red Mile, and Mohawk Ovals. Welcome back to where it all began, Doug McNair. He was aboard our current track record holder, Rockin' Ron, in the 2018 Kemlock Classic, and afterwards he said he could have gone more. He's a multi-O'Brien Award-winning driver after nabbing the Future Star Award of 2016, then Driver of the Year awards in both 2018 and 2019. Now a winner of 1,937 races, $30 million in earnings in the bike. Here's a bienvenue and bon chance for Louis Philippois. And another product of the PEI matinee circuit, he made his Ontario driving debut in 2019 and followed that up with the Future Star O'Brien Award of 2020. Coming in off a career best season in 2021 where he won 215 races. He now has 537 lifetime wins, almost $4 million earned in just 5 years of driving. He's now a familiar face around Woodbine Mohawk Park, but still very much a young gun, Austin Sorey. There you have it, folks. Those are your 9 competing drivers for tonight's Ontario Regional Drivers Championship. Thanks so much for coming over, fellas. Best of luck to you all this evening. Have fun out there competing. It's going to be a blast. Nice photo opportunity there by our track photographer. Wonderful job, gentlemen. Again, best of luck to all competing tonight. We are now 4 minutes away from tonight's opener. Already about 3 minutes away from race number one. We'll wait for the drivers to get back towards the paddock, some of them with mounts here in race number one. A wide open field of 7. As mentioned, we do have Robert Reed Jr. with us on track this evening, and he'll be everywhere. He'll be everywhere this evening. We'll hear from him talking up ticket selections. We'll do some banter with him back and forth throughout the evening. He'll also be in the winner's circle with driver interviews throughout the evening as well. Not every race, but you know what? I'm sure there'll be lots of interesting takes from our winning drivers and connection to the winning horses here this evening. So Robert Reed Jr., he is with us. He is down in front, and maybe we'll check in with Robert here very soon. Stick around.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to a great night of racing here at the Raceway. And listen, I'm excited to be here. It's going to be a great night for this drivers' competition, and it's a great card of betting throughout the evening. We've got some real competitive races and some opportunities for value throughout. And we're going to just quickly run through our early pick 5 tickets. Again, guaranteed pool at tonight. It's at $10,000. And low takeout of 15%. So let's get those tickets up on the screen if we can to just quickly run through them. All right, let's start off with Sugar's ticket here. We've got in the opener in race 1, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. Sugar spreading out here, just leaving off one horse in race 1, and that's number 5, Dalliator. And I don't mind spreading out in this opening leg. I went a different approach, but I'm probably going to end up in a tough spot with 2 outside post position on my ticket. In race 2, though, 4, 5 for Sugar. I like the direction he went here with Can't Stop the Feeling and Behaving Myself. And then in race number 3, he's going to single up on number 5, Land of Paradise, who I do think is a top selection, merits that respect in there, but I didn't single that one. I did go with a couple others in that race. And race 4, he's going to go 4 deep with the 1, 4, 7, and 8. I went deep in that leg as well. I decided to stick towards the inside of the gate, but I do think that that's a race you want to spread out in. I think it's kind of a wide open affair. And then in the money leg, he's going to go 3 deep in there with the 1, 3, and 5, Fly Santana, Runaway Harris, and Black Creek Rosebud. And for me, he's not using my best bet in there, the one that I'm actually going to single up on. So very different approach, I guess, in the opening pick 5 here tonight for myself and Sugar. But let's take a look at my ticket. And in the opener, I'm going to stay towards the outside of the gate. And right now, some big prices at 6-1 and 9-1 on the 6 Big Journey. one that I think you just throw the last line out at Woodbine Mohawk Park, where he went to the front and kind of went through torturous fractions before fading back to last in the 7, Hidden Potential. James McDonald has driven that horse 24 times in the past. He knows that horse well, and I think that he might be able to get this 13-year-old to produce one of his better efforts in recent weeks. Same horses for me in the second leg, same as Sugar with the 4, Can't Stop the Feeling, and the 5, Behaving Myself. I think those are the 2 that you have to use in there. And again, if I was leaning towards one, it would be Can't Stop the Feeling. In race 3, 3 deep with the 5, 7, and 8, Land of Paradise, Alamode, Sealster, and Bookie Baby. I think that the 5 is the one to beat, but I'm going to go 3 deep in there. In race 4, 5 deep with the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I want to stay towards the inside of the gate, and hopefully we get a price down in that leg. And then in race 5, my best bet of the nights, one that I'm going to single up on, hopefully get a price on, number 2, Tanzanian. First time off the claim for Joseph Squires, inside post to work from. Brett McDonald knows this horse well. I'm hoping she blasts out and maybe goes all the way on the front end, or at least it's maybe a 2-hole trip, and then gets a big piece of it, hopefully the winner's share. But we're at 0 minutes to post on the board. The horses for the opener will be coming out shortly. Of course, Sugar and I will come back and take a closer look at the first race of the card after the post parade. Again, start mapping out your winning tickets for that 10,000 guaranteed pick 5, low takeout 15%.
Here we go. It's the post parade, race 1 of 11 to kick off ORDC night here in London. A group of horses and geldings, non-winner 600 per start last season and into this season. Number 1, Cranky's Boy, Trevor Henry. Catch driving tonight for owner, trainer, breeder Rick Edwards. Number 2, For Kevin's Sake, Louis Philippois, with the catch driving assignment for Teresa Cardullias, along with Dr. Josh Tanis, Lou Ferdinandi. It's trained by Dolores Basilone. Sam Taylor owning Lauren House, trains and drives number 3, Strong Enough. Twilight Zone for Todd Moore for Milton Young. Trainer is Kenny Oliver. Guys Veersteeg, Ted Melcher sharing ownership in 5, Dalliator with Greg Dustin training and driving. And then the 6, Big Journey for Ralph Spoltor. The trainers Josh McKibben, Bob McClure. And the outside chance for number 7, it'll be Hidden Potential. For the owners, VMB Stable, John Pentland trains tonight. James MacDonald gets the call to drive. Those are your starters. Field of 7 for this exactor try. Superfecta. It's a daily double. It's the opening leg of an HBI Bet sponsored Pick 5 play. My top selection here, I'm going to stick to it. And you know what? Strong Enough was very good. Well, last time out, just to miss. Second best. He went first up in the late going there to just miss in 58 and 4. But his driver, Lauren House, for the same connections of Sam Taylor last night, Pembroke Legacy. If you're with us here for this hit, Robert Reed Jr., Pembroke Legacy, very live last night here in London. Go ahead now, Robert.
Yeah, Lauren House with a big night last night. 2 victories. Of course, Pembroke Legacy was large and in charge from post 6, and one that I know Sugar that we had been chasing the weeks before, and we certainly didn't see that one coming last night. But hey, he was still the horse that we certainly remembered from his better days, and I think that Strong Enough right now. Your top selection in here, one that I've picked for 4th, is a big price right now at 10 to 1.
The price is right. I mentioned in the driver intros, a long time kingpin driver here over London. Trevor Henry, he gets the assignment on board number 1, Cranky's Boy. This horse is very tough when he gets up near the lead.
Yeah, that's actually a good term for Trevor on these half-mile services anywhere, really, right? He's always been a kingpin there. And, Cranky's Boy, I think that is one that, I've certainly kind of strayed from in here, but I understand why he's 5-2 taking support. Trevor does not give up many spots from the rail, that's for sure. And I think that we're going to see that one, go a long way on the engine, or at least try to. For me, I didn't use that one to make pick 5. I'm sticking towards the outside of the gate, but I like the value out there right now.
Alrighty, the favorite currently is actually inside, and that being number 2, For Kevin's Sake. Dolores Basilone training. Louis Philippois hopping up on board, a London starter here this evening. We know Louis, he enjoys being on or near the lead, and anytime he comes up to London, he usually has them in play in the early going. He'll get a shot aboard the current favorite, number 2, For Kevin's Sake, an inside post, and maybe one to think about here in the opener, Robert.
Lots of early speed for this one, but I'm just not, been the biggest fan of the way that he's finished his miles recently. So 8-5 seems really short to me. I do respect the fact that, Louis Philippois gets on one that he's going to love the way this horse races. But, 8-5, I can't get there on a win ticket.
You know what? I see this race is wide open. I was figuring, 2-1, 5-2 for a favorite, and maybe 6 or 8-1 for the longest shot in here. Almost like that for longest shot. 10-1 still on number 3. Strong enough. Here's one of your outside choices. You like this 6, Big Journey.
I do like Big Journey. I just said, I'm going to throw the last one out. Post 10 at Mohawk Park, went to the front, cut pretty solid fractions on the engine, faded out of it. If you throw that one out, I think that his other efforts, put him right there with this group, 7-2. The price is certainly shortening on this one, but I think that that still provides a little bit of value with Bob McClure in the bike. He knows this horse well enough.
Right on. Robert Reed Jr. with us on track this evening. The horses and drivers getting set to assemble to go behind the gate here for race 1 of 11. Wagering strong here in the early going, Robert. We're coming in hot, close to $600,000 wagered on the last couple of nights. I believe it was 584 on Monday, 605 last night, and very strong start to the wagering here this evening.
Oh, definitely. This pick 5, it's always a must play, and we saw those payouts in the late pick 5 and pick 4 yesterday. It's something you've always got to be a part of, right? And it doesn't take a big bomb to really get you there to those big payouts. It just takes some logical ones to get beat. And looking at this board in the opener here, I think we've got the possibility to see a bust out right off the hop. Right
on. We mentioned last night it just took one horse to kind of throw a wrench into things. Maybe it was Mr. Cheeseman, right? But he was a top selection, I believe, for Ontario Racing. Nathan Bain, they both liked the inside post on that horse. And, of course, when Lauren House, as mentioned pregame, Lauren House, Alfie Carroll, when they put one on the lead here, Robert, they're tough.
And 10-1 here, and you're strong enough, we might see it.
All right, let's go. Field of 7, race 1 to kickstart our Ontario Regional Driving Championship card. The competition gets underway in race number 3. We've got a couple before that will be featuring some of our 9 competing drivers here this evening. Cranky's Boy, For Kevin's Sake. We've got the Strong Enough, Twilight Zone, Alligator, Big Journey, Hidden Potential. A 16th out. Here they come. Race 1 in London starts now. They're off. Strong Enough House. Rousing this one up in the early going, though Cranky's Boy is getting away best of all for Trevor Henry. Cranky's Boy reaching out to grab control, pocketing up is Strong Enough. It's going to be For Kevin's Sake to race from 3rd, a midfield 4, Twilight Zone. 5th best away was Alligator. Next to last inside, Big Journey. The trailer on the outside, Hidden Potential. And James McDonald's just going to keep on going with the 13-year-old son of Liz Mara, Hidden Potential. Quarter mile speed, 28-2. Cranky's Boy put on the boiler here by Trevor Henry. His lead is 3 full lengths. Strong Enough to track from 2nd. For Kevin's Sake continuing in 3rd. Outside, since the start, had been Hidden Potential. Now he's going to pick up the cover as For Kevin's Sake, right lined out of 3rd. That's the cover for Hidden Potential. Staying inside, Twilight Zone. Next to last, still Alligator. Trailing the field was Big Journey. Half clocked up in 57-4. All all alone here, being left alone. Cranky's Boy still maintaining that 2.5 length lead over Strong Enough, who's biding his time in second. For Kevin's Sake, out there in third, a buried fourth, but appearing to have horse. That is Twilight Zone for Todd and Moore. 3 wide side for Hidden Potential. Up between Pacers was Dalliator, and a buried seventh for Big Journey, up by 3/4. 126 and 4. That is Cranky's Boy, and he's going a big one. He's been left alone, unchallenged throughout, being chased up now for this final quarter. Cranky's Boy, Strong Enough. Twilight Zone will get a shot, hanging around there in fourth. For Kevin's Sake into the stretch, and it's still Cranky's Boy now. Strong Enough with a final 8th surge on the outside, though Cranky's Boy will wire them up here in the opener. Henry on board for Edwards. Strong Enough was second. Big Journey was flying late for McClure to be third, then Twilight Zone fourth. 156 flat. Lifetime best. Cranky's Boy. Solid start to our Wednesday evening program. 75,000 wagered on the opener. If you played into the pick 5 pool, $20,000 plus. Race favorite, Cranky's Boy, going downtown for a new life best. 156 flat with Trevor Henry on board. Strong Enough, one of the longest shots in here at 13-1. A bang up second. 1, 3, 6, and 4. It's unofficial. So all horses winning this evening, reporting to the infield winner's circle, please. Again, if you're racing tonight and your horses are winning, they are going to the infield winner's circle throughout tonight's race card. Returning to victory lane where he's been so many times. He's a long-time kingpin driver here at the Raceway at Western Fair District. Trevor Henry, welcome back. And he's just hung a new lifetime best on board. Cranky's Boy of 156, the 6-year-old son of Astronomical out of Trebo T by Kentucky Spur, owned, trained, and bred by Rick Edwards. Rick brought along his cheering section, Laura and Ribsy, out to offer up some congratulations, some support here for Cranky's Boy. Again, Trevor Henry on board for this victory all the way in 156 flat. Congratulations. Going official here, the win ticket $540, that exactor $39.40, and that's all right. Dollar try $102.95, the super for a buck, a $389.25, and a 20 center, it's worth $77.85. Cranky's Boy was a winner. For Kevin's Sake, 6. Strong Enough, second. Twilight Zone, 4th. Dalliator, 5th. Big Journey, 3rd. Hidden Potential was 7. 28 and 2, 57 and 4, 126 and 4, home in 29 and 1 for a new mark of 156 flat. That is Cranky's Boy starting things up. Top down reads a 162, 4, 5, 3, and 7. Race 2 up and coming. We had a couple of late scratches that did come in. Number 2, Mini Million. Number 3, Scottish Mock. Both removed from race number 2. So it's a reduced field of 4 for the exactor try super, the start of an early pick 3. Only 4 minutes.
horses. They're coming to me momentarily. What for?
Okay. Hope everyone's having a great night and enjoying this regional driving championship. It's a beautiful night here in London, and the driver's going to put on a great show. So it's a great way to kick things off. Trevor Henry, and we're looking forward to seeing more competitive races later on for the challenge.
I'm gonna cut in right now. Can you hear me, Nathan?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Very good, very good. What did you think of Trevor Henry there in the opener? Hey, hangs a new lifetime best at Old Cranky's boy.
Oh, Cranky's boy, he was ready to go, and Trevor Henry had him in gear.
He certainly did. You know, Trevor, a longtime favorite here around London, does all of his work really now up around Woodbine Mohawk Park. But we figured coming back to London, he'd be all right on some of the horses, and right off the bat hangs a new life vest on Cranky's boy. Let's maybe touch on your best bet selection later on in the card. You were over into race number 10, and Go Mud, a horse that you know well from up around Leamington Way, right? Go Mud frequents the Leamington track throughout the summer. He was very, very good in his latest for owner-trainer George Robinson. Garrett Rooney was on board. Your best bet selection tonight, Go Mud. Tell us about it.
Well, you know, I think it's a lot of wide open races, especially new drivers on the horses.
Yes.
Different kind of driving style for these races, so you don't know what kind of trip is going to work out. But I think Go Mud, he's a horse that likes to be forwardly placed, and that's usually where Doug McNair likes to have horses on the front and gets an inside spot. And I thought Go Mud raced huge in that latest start. You know, comes out of the George Robinson barn, and I know the horse quite well, as you said. Announcing at Leamington, he's there every single week, so I'm familiar with him. And especially coming off that last race, I think this is similar horses that he faces in here. And you got Timida by Amma, you raced against Mac the night before, Barry Shelby. So it's quite similar to this class that we've seen on a weekly basis. So
Yeah, he got left alone pretty good. You know, when he gets looked in the eyeball, he just doesn't seem to have as much fight. But when left alone, which is pretty much what he did last time out, he got very brave.
Yeah, and he loves the front end. The question will be, will Timida by Amma and Bob McClure want a little bit of front end? Because Timida by Amma, couple back, one on the front, gets that inside advantage to work from. So it's going to be interesting, and maybe we'll see quite a bit of front-end battles throughout the card.
Yeah, it could happen. Anytime there's a driver's championship involved, you will see plenty of early speed. Didn't really see that in the opener. Cranky's boy, he got left alone pretty good, and he swelled right up on the front end, strong enough. Did his best to get to him there in the opener, but could not make it up. Here in race 2, Nathan, we see the starters getting set to post parade. What's the vibe for horse people down around the paddock there this evening?
It's always electric back here, and I always say London has the best vibe in the paddock. It's one of my favorite places to race. You know, everyone's so friendly, from the staff, the horse people. Everyone's always ready to joke, and it's just you can't beat the atmosphere, and especially on a night like this, it's even better with the weather, you know, a little bit more excitement with the driving challenge, so you gotta love it.
You bet. I'm with you on the paddock scene here in London. I've always enjoyed my Friday evenings going down, meeting with horse people, and then the old pandemic came along, right? And but you know what? Things are getting back. Things are coming back to some normalcy. Post parade for race number 2 coming right up. Thanks so much for the hit, Nathan. We'll catch you again soon.
Sounds good.
Here we go. Starters on parade for race number 1. A reduced field of 4 now. A couple of late scratches came in. The 2 and 3 are out. Number 1, Dali Cat, goes out for owner Lindsey Kerr, along with Brett and Derek Romano. Lindsey Kerr training Colin Kelly in the sulky. Again, 2 and 3 were late scratches. Next on parade, Can't Stop the Feeling from post 4, Doug McNair. Back on board the horses here in London. This one owned and trained by Courtney Bishop. Second time for the Bishop barn. It's going to be a class dropper we'll see go here. Leaving from post 3 now. It's going to be the 5, Beat Haven Myself. goes out for owner Francois Morin, trainer Brett Lester. Third time for Brett Lester. Louis Philippois will go on board the 5, Behavin' Myself. A little bit late for the party here, a little bit late on parade as we get a look at number 4, Can't Stop the Feeling. Here's the final 2 coming out for tonight's second race again. Behavin' Myself, a third time for the trainer Brett Lester, with Louis Philippois getting the call. A major class relief, a major class drop. The form has just been off in recent starts, so maybe drop and pop could be possible here for Louis Philippois' mount here in the second. Final horse in this field, number 6, Have a Connection. James MacDonald, no luck in the opener. He was on the outside looking in most of the way. He'll try for a better trip with number 6, Have a Connection here for owner-trainer Cam McQueen. Those are your starters. Just 4 of them now in race number 2. Robert Reed Jr. We didn't see this one coming. We were looking at a field of 6 on the pregame show, but those late scratches, they came in very late.
And it makes it a little more interesting now, right? Just a 4-horse field to work from here. And I'm a little bit surprised, though, that my top selection, Can't Stop the Feeling, right now is sitting at 5-2. I thought with the 2 scratches, this horse would take more support than that, but maybe that will come down come post time.
Possibly. Doug McNair, he's kind of going a good clip, or was going a good clip with that horse around there. So, these drivers, they're hopping up on horses that, if they've never been on them before, they want to know what they're sitting behind, right? So they're going to score them down pretty good. Some of them have sat behind a few of these horses in London, so they know them a bit, and they might not need to test that opening turn with them or feel them out. But here's Louis Philippois sitting on board number 5, Behavin' Myself. Not sure if Louis ever sat behind. Yes, he has. He's been on this one at Woodbine Mohawk Park July last season. Tell us about it.
Yeah, he's had success with this one, and you look at this horse's recent form, and it would certainly deter you from making a wager, but you go back further down the program page, and she certainly does with this bunch. In fact, if she comes anything close to her best tonight, she'd probably run away with this one. But that's kind of the problem with this 3-5 shot right now, is really she could win by open lengths, or she could really go out there and finish nowhere. I guess the worst she can be is 4th, but I mean 4-5 on 1 with that kind of recent form is a tough pill to swallow.
It is. You add up the lengths she's been beaten in her last 3 outings, and it's close to 30 lengths, and 0 in the check category this season as well. She is for sure an 0 for 3. You're getting a look at Dougie walking on by there, and you know what? Doug McNair, great to see. It's where it all began for him, right? First career driving win, 1,000th career driving victory. He's on board the 4, Can't Stop the Feeling. And what do you think of Doug's chances in here?
I love the chances in here. Top choice for me, and one that I actually considered singling up in the pick 5. Wish I did. Now I'm already dead sugar. Cranky's Boy in the first. When I got here, I said I shouldn't be on outside posts in the first race, and wow, did that ever go?
You said that at the pregame. You did.
In the direction that I thought it would, but hey, sometimes you just have to take your lumps and turn the page, as we say. But I think that Doug McNair right now is all the value on the board, and here in the 4, Can't Stop the Feeling. Second start off the claim for Courtney Bishop. 4-1 for me is a price that, I'll be honest, doesn't really make sense in here. Now 5-1. Wow. I think that she definitely presents all the value.
They're really getting behind that 5-horse, showing, lacking in form in recent starts. You mentioned, how do you bet the 5 at 3-5? How do you bet them at 1-5?
I can't get there at 1-5. Like I said, I was going too deep in the pick 5. It was actually begrudgingly, and you know what? I know some handicappers will say it's a mistake. If you don't like the favorite, you're supposed to pitch them. So I probably should have done that there and just singled up on the 4, Can't Stop the Feeling. But yeah, 1-5, like I said, off recent form, even if you go further down and say, okay, does she find her best tonight? I mean, that's a big if. And is it worth, risking 1-5 on? I would say no. I
can't get there either. How about Colin Kelly? He's got the rail here. The hot barn of Lindsay Kerr. She's been in the winner's circle quite a bit in the last few weeks. It gets a rail starter here, though is coming in off a vet scratch 6.
Yeah, it took all the early money. This one was actually odds on when the betting opened. That's the biggest problem for me, is missed a little bit of time anyways with the vet scratch 6. Does get the pole position to work from. One that certainly is a useful type that I think, the worst that she gets away in here is, 3rd or 4th at worst, and I think that she's got a chance. But I would say a minor share. I picked her for 3rd, and I think that's probably her ceiling.
Alrighty, there is going to be a horse get off the schneid here in race number 2. All horses in race 2 are winless coming in this season 2022. They're all showing zeros in the win column for 2022. One final look at a heavy favorite here at number 5, Behaving Myself. Now, she is right on the bit for Wah, but still 2-5, and we just can't seem to get behind this one. First one in the wings, if that interests anybody. Number 6, Cava Connection, James MacDonald for Cam McQueen. A 4-horse field, but you know what? We've got the likes of Colin Kelly, Doug McNair, Louis Philippois, James MacDonald involved here. And, yeah, let's do this thing. The second race of 11 at the Raceway at Western Fair District. They're at the top of the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. They're off. Have a connection with James MacDonald. Can't stop the feeling. Doug McNair through and along the inside. McNair wants to cut it. Can't stop the feeling is leading, looking for that 2-hole ride and finding it. Have a connection away in third. Dally Cat, that 3-5 favorite, is last. Behaving Myself, we'll have to circle them, but it's only from fourth. This compact field of 4, single file through this quarter mile, all behind. Can't stop the feeling, 28-1. Quick opening quarter mile for this shortened up field. The lead is 2 full lengths. Can't stop the feeling, 5-year-old daughter of Dally being left alone here now, and the lead has become 2.5 lengths. Have a Connection following along in second, continuing third, Dally Cat, and Content to Trail in fourth, the favorite, Behaving Myself, down in front of us. And left alone again, another leader here in London, Can't Stop the Feeling, fronting through the halftime in 57-4. Second best, Have a Connection, Dally Cat, she's thinking about it. Dally Cat, yes indeed, she's going to pull, and she will get some urging from Colin Kelly, and to track that cover, Behaving Myself. So here we go. It's going to be 2 in, it's going to be 2 out as they roll up to 3/4. Can't Stop the Feeling, still going forward. Dally Cat now showing up on the wheel, inside a trap third for Have a Connection, still waiting on the favorite, Behaving Myself fourth, but only 2 off the lead. 26-4 for 3/4, 29 flat through the third. Any one of 4, right? As they get ready to make the swing. Can't Stop the Feeling. Dally Cat, widest of all. Behaving Myself, looking for a way on through. Have a Connection. Dally Cat, far outside. Behaving Myself. Dally Cat, first up to win. Kelly for Kerr. It was close for second. Might have been Behaving Myself over Can't Stop the Feeling. Have a Connection finish fourth. 156-1. We're 2 races in, and we've got 2 lifetime best here in London. Dally Cat just got home in 56-1. A little bit longer walk for Lindsay Kerr to the winner's circle tonight, but she don't mind. She doesn't mind at all. Her Dally Cat just paced to a new lifetime best here, 156-1. And she's still very sharp, coming back for her winner's circle photo. Dally Cat, 7-year-old daughter of Dally, out of Miss Kitty Colleen by Run the Table for owners Lindsay Kerr. Brett and Derek Romano with Lindsay training. Colin Kelly on for this victory. Went first up and took the heart away from the pace setter to win in 156-1. It's a new lifetime best here for Dally Cat as she shows up in the winner's circle for race 2 of 11. Judges' inquiry here. They are reviewing action, turning for home. Judges' inquiry. They are reviewing action, turning for home. Hold all tickets. So the judges' inquiry involves the unofficial third-place finisher, number 4, Can't Stop the Feeling, possible pylon violation, holding all tickets. There's the footage. The judges are reviewing the action by number 4, turning for home. Result of the judges' inquiry, number 4, Can't Stop the Feeling, was inside 2 consecutive pylons, though was not lapped on at the finish. It appears 1, 5, 4, and 6 will stand here in race number 2. Going official here in race 2. It was actually the longest shot on the board. Dally Cat winning, paying $10.70, exactor 16 even, dollar try 21.30, super for a buck 18.55, and tonight's early daily double was a pair of ones. Cranky's Boy on to Dally Cat, that early daily double. Believe it was $33, $2 ticket. $33.40, in fact, for a pair of ones in the early daily double. Dally Cat won it. 2 and 3 had both scratched. Can't Stop the Feeling third. Behaving Myself was second. Have a Connection fourth. 28 and 1, 57 and 4, 126 and 4. Mile of 156 and 1, a new best for Dally Cat. It appears they're going to fly tonight in London. 2 races in, 2 lifetime marks. Top down for the second. 1 scratch, 3, 2, 4. 8 minutes away from race number 3 up next. It's the Ontario Equine Education Employment Program feature race, a blanket presentation. And Spoils of Victory will be presented by Program Coordinator Ashley McDonald. She's with us on track tonight, cheering on her brother Brett in the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship. But she's working a bit tonight. Again, Program Coordinator for the Ontario Equine Education Employment Program, Ashley McDonald, on hand for a blanket presentation following race number 3. She actually brought along some gifts for all the drivers competing in the challenge as well this evening. So thanks so much for Ashley joining us tonight. She will join the Winning Connections here following race 3 for the blanket presentation. 7 minutes away from an exactor try super opening leg of an early pick 4. 5 minutes away from the beginning of the Ontario Regional Driving Championship.
Time marks to start off the card, both from the pole position. So inside and speed looks like that might be the place to be tonight. Dally Cat there did grind that one away in the first over position though. But now it all begins, folks. The Ontario Regional Driver Championship starts right here in race 3 and runs all the way to race 11. Should be a great show, but it's time now for that early pick 4 wager. Guaranteed pool, $7,500, low takeout, 15%. I'm excited about it because I'm long dead in the early pick 5. So let's take a look at our tickets. We'll look at Sugar's ticket first. So we'll get that up on the board. And Sugar in this race is going to single up on the 5. Land of Paradise, his best bet of the evening. He's fond of this one. James McDonald aboard when it parked first over journey last time, was a respectable second, and I think that is the one to beat in here. But I'm going to go a different approach. He's going 4 deep in race 4 with the 1, 4, 7, and 8. That's Dark Moves. He's a handyman. Colorado Buck and Wilson Wall. And then in race 5, the 1, 3, and 5, Fly Santana, Runaway Harris, and Black Creek Rosebud. I'm actually going a different direction there. I'm singling one he's not even using, my best bet of the night in race number 5. And then in race 6, he's going to spread out in the money leg of this early pick 4, going with a 2, 4, 6, 8, and 9. I'm going to go a different approach in there. I think only use 3 in there, but I do like both the 4 and the 6, Simon said, and take the deal. Stick up my ticket now, and I'm going to use 3 deep here in the opener, and I certainly do have Land of Paradise on my ticket, 2 to 5 shot right now. I think she will be odds on in here, but I don't think she's immortal by any stretch of the imagination. And I am using the 7 Alamo Sealster as well. Doug McNair drove this horse at the beginning of her career. Both of her wins were with Doug on the bike. I know it's post 7 to work for him, but Doug can create speed from anywhere. 30 to 1 on the board right now. One that I don't mind having on my ticket in the 8 Bookie Baby. Louis Philippe board, trailing post to work from. Might be able to trip out though. Just one that I think has a chance in here. 5, 7, and 8. A couple of big prices and the odds-on favorite. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in race 4. Using the inside 5, think there is an opportunity for some value in that leg, the second leg of this early pick 4. Race 5, going to single up on my best bet, the 2 Tanzanian. Love the fact this horse is racing second start back off a layoff. First start off the claim for Joe Squires. Brett McDonald knows this one well, driven her 10 times in the past, has a victory, 2 seconds and 2/3 with her. I just think she looks like she might be one of the better value bets of the night. My best bet of the night, hoping that she goes off at a reasonable price. I don't think she'll be 8 to 1. The morning line price I think is probably a little too generous, but I do love her chances in race 5. Money leg for me, 3, 4, and 6, the 3 brother Aiden. Simon said the 4 is my top choice. I think Doug McNair is going to have a big back half of this card. I really do. And the 6, take the deal with Austin Story, is the other one I'm using in there. That ticket for 20 cents, just $9. Again, we're about 1 minute away for the horses moving out onto the track. The early pick 4 starts now, as well as the Ontario Regional Drivers Championships. And we are going to kick off with a low takeout of 15% in this early pick 4 and a guaranteed pool of $7,500. I'll let Sugar now take you through his best bet of the night, number 5, Land of Paradise.
Right on. Wonderful job. Robert Reed Jr. setting up this early pick 4 play. It's a multi-leg wager and a go-to wager here in London, of course. we get talking about the late pick 4, late pick 5s, and how tough those are. If you can hit any of these multi-legs this evening at the Raceway, you will get paid. My best bet selection, I'm going to stick to it here. The betting public are getting behind this one as well. Number 5, Land of Paradise, 2-1 in the morning line. She appears to be sitting on a win. I had her pegged as a key play for the multi-legs in the early going here this evening. So again, Land of Paradise. We'll look for James MacDonald to kick things off here on the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship. It starts up here, races 3 through 11 for the challenge. Horses and drivers getting set to post parade, race number 3 of 11. It's the Ontario Equine Education Employment Program feature pace. Blanket presentation to follow with the program coordinator, Ashley MacDonald, trackside. Here we go. Starters on parade. It's the third race, first leg of the Ontario Regional Driving Championship. On parade, we've got the 1 Insincerity, Travis Henry on board for owner, trainer, breeder, William Ham. Number 2, Innocent Kiss, Trevor Henry driving for owner, trainer, Ryan Stewart. Greg Merlot owning and training number 3, Lifelong Dream, Colin Kelly. Century Harlot at a post 4, Brett MacDonald for Aaron Swainson Brickman, Peter Brickman trains. And then the 5, Land of Paradise, taking all the early action here. 1-2 currently. James MacDonald on board for Scott and Brad McNiven, along with Tom Broadhurst and Shirley Griffin. Scott trains. Then the 6, Steal Me a Treasure, Bob McClure, the call for Lloyd Stone, Vic Putty, Michael Horwood, plus a numbered Canada Inc. Vic trains. Outside post 7, Alamode Sealster. It's Doug McNair driving for Rick Wade and Linda Grummett. Rick trains. And number 8, Bookie Baby. Louis Villepoix for Walltime Stables Inc. Dino Wall. Conditions. Those are your 8 pacers. For race 3, fillies and mares, non-winners, 1,500 last 3 or 2,500 last 5. And again, it's the Ontario Equine Education Employment Program feature race. Blanket presentation to follow. For more information on the Ontario Equine Education Employment Program. You can find out all the details at OntarioEquineEducation.com. Land of Paradise. Betting public is behind this one. I am too. My best bet selection on tonight's card. She got a pair of deuces in her last 4 outings, just missing 58-2 last time out. Ryan DeRoche was on board. James McDonald, the call tonight in this opening leg of the Drivers' Championship. And Land of Paradise, for me, sitting on a win. For you, Robert?
I definitely think this one's, warrants a top selection in here for myself. And, odds on, I saw this coming right now, 1-2, maybe a tad short, but I think the effort last time was a good one. First over a long way, still finished a good second, and now you get James McDonald aboard. I think that you've got to like your chances. But I went 3 deep here in the early pick 4 and in the pick 5, just thinking that if you get this one beat, you're going to get a big payoff.
Right on. Land of Paradise. Land of Paradise, one to consider here is the 8 bookie baby Louis Philippe on board here. The free-legged daughter of sports writer, and more than capable of going with these. Does show a 56-4 speed over London 2-back. Louis Philippe for trainer Dino Wall. Talk about the 8 bookie baby.
Yeah, one that I like for a second in here right now, 8-1 on the board. Not a bad price on bookie baby. I do have some hesitations with the second tier tonight. I mean, the boys aren't going to be giving an inch out there, so that might be a real tough spot to leave from. But bookie baby, if this one gets situated early, I think she can be in the mix, and then maybe try to put her nose out at the wire. 7-1, not a bad price on the 8 bookie baby.
We get talking about post positions. That trailing spot will be tough, likely, and if you don't have some early speed on the outside gate when leaving, say the post 5, 6, or 7, it could be trouble. Front-end speed in these drivers' challenges, unless they're going crazy quick fractions in early going, could be tough for horses and drivers to make up anything in the late going if racing off the back.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those nights where I think, the outside posts might not be as big of a hindrance. Having said that, we've seen 2 pole positions win so far, Sugar. So I'm starting looking at my selections now, wishing I had a lot more ones on the page, because I do have a lot of outside horses, ones that do have speed. But, looking at those opening too, I mean, sometimes you notice that trend, and a couple of ones to start the card. Give me a quick shout out right now to someone I was just speaking to in the grandstand, a huge fan of Ontario racing, James Brown, and he wanted me to say that his pick, with an emphatic pick, is Bob McClure to win this Drivers' Challenge.
Well, sir. Well, you were thinking Doug McNair. I was thinking Doug McNair. I was thinking even Colin Kelly had a great lineup to go with this evening. He's going to drive 3 Lifelong Dream here in the 3rd race. Getting a look right now, number 1, In Sincerity. Travis Henry, our leading driver. So he's for the home team here, and he's on board 1, In Sincerity. What a nice old mare, a daughter of Ram Baron, 59-time winner, almost $400,000 in earnings. In Sincerity, most of those 59 victories right here in London.
Yeah, and she certainly has a pretty big discrepancy on the rest of the field in the lifetime win category, that's for sure. And another thing working for her, right, she works from the rail. We've seen that win the first 2 races, and a little bit surprised to see this one at 18-1 right now. I would say that's an overlay on In Sincerity, one that I picked for 4th, but one to consider, I think, especially in the bottom end of the exotics.
Right on. We're getting set to go postward. We're seconds away. There is still time to fire in late on this early pick 4 at the Raceway. 1-5, heavy hitter in here. Number 5, Land of Paradise. The starting gate getting set to roll into position. There will be some spoils of victory following race number 3. This is the Ontario Equine Education Employment Program feature. Blanket presentation to follow with the program coordinator Ashley MacDonald going trackside. So the gate is moving for race 3. In Sincerity, Innocent Kiss, Lifelong Dream, then Century Harlot, Land of Paradise, Steal Me a Treasure, Alamo Sealster for 7 on gate. 1 late, that being the free-legged mare Bookie Baby, just about an 1/8 of a mile from the start. Picking up speed, here they come. It's the Ontario Regional Driving Championship 2022, and it starts right now. They're off. Century Harlot left on into their Insincerity with her early speed. She's going to be up near the point. Insincerity, Century Harlot, Brett McDonald wants to maneuver this one to the lead at 8-1. Third and in. Innocent Kiss parked in the early going here, fourth. Land of Paradise, no room at the inn just yet here at 1-5. Lifelong Dream is away into fifth. Traveling in sixth, we've got Bookie Baby. Steal Me a Treasure with one beaten here in the early going. Alamo Sealster is eighth. Quarter mile up in 28-1 for Century Harlot now. Left alone here. Second best Insincerity. Continuing third. Innocent Kiss back out and rolling from fourth. Land of Paradise going to be first up for a long ways. That's cover for Lifelong Dream now situated outside in fifth. A gapped off sixth for Bookie Baby. Then Steal Me a Treasure. Alamo Sealster continues to trail. 57-4 was the half-time speed. Century Harlot still going forward here for Brett McDonald. Insincerity, Travis Henry pocket riding second. Heavy favorite Land of Paradise here at 1-5. James McDonald and this mare will have to do a whole lot more. Century Harlot appears to have found another gear that the rest may not have in here. Century Harlot by 2.5. Insincerity holding down second. Land of Paradise just hanging out there in third. Fourth and in, Innocent Kiss. Fifth and switching three wide now for Lifelong Dream. Locked and blocked Bookie Baby, the back markers. Steal Me a Treasure, Alamo Sealster into the stretch. This is Century Harlot. She got over to three quarters, 125-4. Here she is, Century Harlot, the trip of her life here in London. Close for second. Innocent Kiss, Insincerity, Land of Paradise in the place photo. No doubt about the winner. Century Harlot just wired them out. Get this, 154-3. Brett McDonald for the Brickmans. How do you like those apples? Century Harlot, gate to wire here in 154-3. She wins it over number 2, Innocent Kiss, the 1, Insincerity 3rd, and 5, Land of Paradise 4th. 4, 2, 1, and 5. It's unofficial. As mentioned, race number 3 sponsored by the Ontario Equine Education Employment Program. Blanket presentation coming up here, courtesy of Program Coordinator Ashley MacDonald. She's presenting the spoils of victory. It's her brother, Brett MacDonald, coming back on board this winner. Century Harlot. She's the 4-year-old daughter of sports writer out of Town Pro Miss by the Ponderosa, bred by Century Spring Farms of Gorey. Aaron Swainson Brickman, the winning owner. Peter Brickman, winning trainer. Brett MacDonald starts off the Ontario Regional Driving Championship in a big way. 154-3. This mare is dropping 4 seconds off her lifetime best. Here's the blanket presentation. Brother or sister to Brett, this is Ashley MacDonald hanging the blanket over Century Harlot, her 9th career victory, 2nd trip to the winner's circle this season, and she makes a big splash on ORDC night here in London. Congratulations. Likely going trackside here with the winning driver, Brett MacDonald. Robert Reed Jr. We'll catch up with him, and you know what? It'll be interesting to see and hear what comes of this interview. Century Harlot, a 58-3 life best coming in. She goes home after winning in 154-3. She led all the way. Congratulations. Guess we can run through the prices here. Just one moment here, Robert. I'll run through prices here. $18.90 to win, $218.20 for the exactor. Dollar try, $539.85. Super for a buck, $1,740.10. The 20-cent super came back at $348.02. So it's an upset to start up the ORDC. Century Harlot, Brett McDonald, Robert Reed Jr. has him in the winner's circle.
All right, trackside here with Brett McDonald announcing your presence with authority in the first race of the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship aboard Century Harlot. I asked you about it just a moment ago, and you didn't seem that surprised.
She was in cheaper. Pete does really good. They're always consistent, and he always brings them to the track ready to go. So I figured if she could get a good enough trip, that she'd be okay.
And you've driven that one once before in the past. And one of the things I wonder looking at a competition like this, is it something that you like coming into it, picking up fresh faces to drive, or ones that you're familiar with?
I find it's different. Like, you never know what to do with a fresh face, right? You've never driven them before, so you don't really know what to expect. And the ones that you know how to drive, you know their weaknesses and what they're good at. So it's kind of a little bit of both.
All right, you know what, I've got to ask you and get some information for the people at home. You know, we want to figure out who we can wager on tonight. My best bet in race number 5 is Tanzania. You're aboard. You've been aboard 10 times in the past. You've got a victory on that horse. Off the claim for Joe Squires. What can you tell us about that one?
She qualified good at Mohawk. I wasn't there the other night when she raced, but I've always liked her. She always seems to be kind of consistent. She follows along, so hopefully she's a little better.
All right, well, good luck the rest of the way, Brett. Brett McDonald, winner of the opening race for the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship.
Right on the official rundown for race 3. Insincerity finished 3rd. Innocent Kiss was 2nd. Lifelong Dream was 6th. Century Harlot was the race winner. Land of Paradise 4th. Steal Me a Treasure 7th. Alamo Sealster 8th. Bookie Baby finished 5th. Fractions 28-1. 57-4. 125-4. And that mile 154-3. Century Harlot, never better. Top down 3-2-6. 1-4, 7, 8, and 5. Our 4th up and coming. No changes in there for an exactor try. Superfecta. It's a field of 8. And it's leg 2 of the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship coming up. I mentioned on Twitter after 2 races, a couple of lifetime best, and I mentioned they're going to fly. Well, race 3 just proved that Century Harlot wiring them up, dropping 4 seconds off her lifetime best, 154-3. I don't think anybody's seen that one coming. A few minutes for wagers here on race number 4 up next. Here we go. Starters on parade for race number 4. Horses and geldings, non-winners, 1,000 per start, 21-22. Number 1, it's Dark Moves. This one for Martin Kipfer, the trainer Jonathan Panos, the driver Austin Sori. Travis Henry up on 2, Fern Hill Breeze for Robert and Ron Woodburn, the trainer Cassidy Schneider. Mike's Powerhouse, number 3, Trevor Henry for Kyle Stretch, the trainer Sean Hyatt. Mark Horner owning, it's Mike Horner training number 4. He's a handyman tonight. Colin Kelly hops on. Better's Victory, the 5. Brett McDonald will try to come right back. This one for Bert, Betty, and Jason Sherman. Jason trains. Up a Creek Racing, the owners of 6, Mortgage My Villa, John Kennedy training, James McDonald on board. Outside chance for the 7, Colorado Buck, it's Bob McClure for owner, trainer, breeder, Doug Schweitzer. And then the 8, Wilson Wall for Keith Wilson, Dean Wall, Dean training, Doug McNair. Leaving from the treading spot on board a Wilson Wall here in race number 4. It's an exactor try and a superfecta current favorite here. Number 4, he's a handyman at 8-5, and we'll send things down to Robert Reed Jr. on the infield. He's outside enjoying a beautiful evening here in London. He's a handyman. Huge finish last time out. Went from 8th to 3rd and just missed by a head in his latest. And tonight, Colin Kelly on the lines of Robert Reed Jr.
Yeah, even money right now for He's a Handyman. You're right. He was a blur on end last time, coming from the clouds and just missed by a head. I mean, it was a real slim margin when they kind of threw a blanket over them in that finish, Sugar. They were all across the wire on that occasion. And, I mean, you've got to like this one's chances. Colin Kelly aboard for the first time, and we're just kind of discussing that with Brett McDonald, right? Picking up, fresh faces can work out. Familiarity sometimes might be, the way to play to the strengths, but He's a Handyman, I think, certainly figures in here. I've got that one picked for second. But I understand the support right now at even money.
Right on. One thing we did mention on the pregame show about, horses may be able to turn a different foot maybe this evening. How about the 54-3 trip by Century Harlot? Did the connections feel that one was coming? I know the Brickwins were all smiles in the winner's circle. Did they let on to anything there when you were close?
Well, yeah, I mean, Brett had said, too, that he kind of thought that, she was capable of that. And, I mean, we've seen 3 lifetime marks to start out the card, right? So I think it also speaks to the type of night it is right now and also how great the track is. I mean, the track looks like it's lightning fast, and it certainly has proved to be that through the first 3.
Alrighty, number 8, Wilson Wall. It's a trailing spot, and we've already mentioned that, it could be a tough spot to win from tonight in London. Doug McNair on board the 8, Wilson Wall. That's who we're seeing on the monitors.
Yeah, one that I'm, typically fond of. I do think it's going to be tough sledding here from the trailing spot. Doug McNair has driven this one once before, though, to a 2nd place finish, so there might be some familiarity there. But, one that I think, potentially could just get lost in this race from the 2nd tier.
Less than 2 minutes wagering time in this upcoming 4th race. Bob McClure on the outside looking in here. Though Colorado Buck, you look through his program lines and he's always in the hunt. He's the worst line on his card. He's come from last to finish 5th, but he's right there with them. He's got a win, 2nd, 3rd in recent starts. He's one of my favorites. Those Ram Barons are tough. An 11-year-old son of Ram Baron here, Colorado Buck, a tough post to work from, but as mentioned, always in the hunt around these parts.
And he's a versatile type, too. He can do it on the front end. He can also come from off the pace. Last time was a gritty effort. He was first over for a long way, kept on grinding away. He actually won that race where He's a Handyman was 3rd, where there was a blanket finish. He won by a nose right on the line as the favorite on that occasion. Bob McClure's driven him 11 times before, 2 wins and 4 thirds.
You did some research on this card. 11 times Bob McClure on this, so I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and so far I haven't been close, Sugar, so there you go.
Number 5, Bettor's Victory. Brett McDonald could come right back. I know his sister Ashley was awfully pumped up about cheering on her brother there this evening. I imagine she enjoyed presenting that blanket to him in race number 3.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Smiles all around. I know Ashley's confident. Hey, Brett seems pretty confident, too. He thinks he's got quite a few that have a good chance tonight, including this one.
All right, you're getting 9-2 right now. Number 5, Bettor's Victory. Brett McDonald trying for back-to-back ORDC victory, seconds away from the 4. Still time. And it'll be the first time we'll see young Austin Sori involved in the competition here in race number 4. He's on board the 1 Dark Moves. And I had a message from his family members back around Prince Edward Island this evening. Tammy Collins asking for a shout out for Austin's father, Wade, please. So yes, indeed, for Wade Sori. I'm told it's the first big event that Wade and Tammy have missed up here in Ontario since Austin began driving. First big event that they have missed in his short 5 years in the sulky. So for Wade and Tammy, we're glad you tuned in tonight and cheering on Austin. Here we go with a field of 8, 4th race. Here they come. And they're off. Colorado Buck from the outside post 7 will try for a crossover here. It ain't going to happen, though. They're going to be 4 high as Austin Sori took them all on. A breaker in the backfield. Fernhill Breeze could not make the first turn. She's in the safety lane, but they're all still up and all still in it. It's going to be Dark Moves on top. Second best. Bettor's Victory, and Brett McDonald wants another one on the lead here in London. It's Bettor's Victory reaching up to grab control. Quarter mile station. So far, it's a bullet tonight of 27-2. Bettor's Victory on top. A retake, a reboot here for Dark Moves, and Austin Sori wants this one back on top. Dark Moves at 7-1, and out of 3rd already. Mike's Powerhouse is powering up from 3rd for Trevor Henry. No rest for the weary in this one. It's going to be 3 in and 4 out by the halftime. Dark Moves leading by a neck. Mike's Powerhouse is outside traveling 2nd. Bettor's Victory 3rd. 2nd over toe up and 4th for the earliest lever, Colorado Buck, and a buried 5th and a headstrong at that. Wilson Wall setting it up 3rd over. He's a handy man. Next to last was Mortgage My Villa, well back after that first turn break. Fernhill Breeze 56-3 was the halftime, and now they're 4 wide going up to 3/4. Mike's Powerhouse clearing to the top, way up on the outside. He's a handyman, is circling them. He's a handyman, gave them the backside business, and now takes a clear lead as they get set to swing off the 7/8 turn for home. 3/4 up in 1:25-3. This is He's a Handyman running away with it. It is Mike's Powerhouse holding down 2nd. He's a Handyman. Kelly on board for the Horners. They romp. Mike's Powerhouse 2nd. Wilson Wall came late to be 3rd. It was close for 4th. 154 flat. 4 for 4 in lifetime best tonight so far in London. Unofficial winner here, number 4. He's a Handyman. Circled them at 3/4. And he romped away. Long shot. Mike's Powerhouse went a big one to finish 2nd. 3rd goes to the 8, Wilson Wall. And 4th in a photo, number 7, Colorado Buck. 4, 3, 8, and 7. It's unofficial. Another big mile here tonight in London. He's a handyman, took the 4 wide side at 3/4, and he was gone. He's a handyman, 5-year-old Bay Stallion by Big Jim out of Cassidy, Sealster by Chemlock. Bred by Mark and Stephanie Horner. Mark, the owner. Mike Horner training. Colin Kelly on board. Our 4th race on the evening, 4 lifetime marks. This one, it's a 154 flat romp for He's a Handyman. Colin Kelly on board for the victory here as he makes his way into the winner's circle here at the Raceway at Western Fair District. This horse, never better, of course. He's a Handyman. He paid $370. That exactor $44.20. Dollar try $104.85. The super for $1 $640.15. The pick 3 on to the 4th race 20-cent. Pick 3 returning $52.81. He's a Handyman. Big mile. He was sitting on a win coming in, just missing last time out, but no mistake about it tonight. A going-away winner. He win by multiple lengths here. 154 flat. Congratulations to the Connections. Official rundown for the 4th. Dark Moves was 7th. Fernhill Breeze 8th. Mike's Powerhouse 2nd. He's a Handyman won it. Better's Victory 6th. Mortgage My Villa 5th. Colorado Buck was 4th. Wilson Wall finishing 3rd. 27-2. 56-3. 125-3. And that mile of 154 flat, of course. A new lifetime best for He's a Handyman. Colin Kelly making his way back to the winner's circle here to catch up with Robert Reed Jr. reflecting on the result here in race number 4, leg 2 of the ORDC.
All right, Robert Reed Jr. trackside with Colin Kelly. Dominant victory there aboard He's a Handyman. You hadn't been aboard that one before. Just wondering, what goes into the preparation for one like this where you're driving quite a few horses you haven't driven?
Not really a whole lot. I don't really look a whole lot into it. I asked Mike about him. He said he's kind of nice to drive. He's good on a helmet. He's got one big move, and I thought I might have used it a little early, but he got away, and he went a huge mile. He was just awesome.
Right, and so far we've got 4 races, 4 lifetime marks. The track seems like it's lightning fast and playing pretty fair. Is that your assessment as well?
Yeah, no, the guys here at the track just absolutely phenomenal. I've never seen it so good, so hopefully it can keep going through the night, and, everyone has a little fun, a good competition.
All right, and I wanted to ask you, Colin, you've been doing a lot of driving down at Mohawk Park, doing double duty between the B tracks and the big track at Mohawk Park. Must be a busy schedule, though. What's that transition been like?
It's been okay. It's it's come and go. I get my name on the sheet a fair bit now, and it's kind of picking up, which is nice. But double duty's a little tough, but it could be worse. I guess I could not be doing a whole lot of anything.
That's true. All right, Colin. Well, congratulations. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Early pick 5 will pays, and now on display here. Favorite to complete it, number 1, Fly Santana, comes back at 518 and change. Next choice was 3, Runaway Heiress, 601.73. There was action as well for the 4, Saboni, 816.33. After that, everything is from $1,491 all the way up to $8,500 and change. Should number 7, Azucar Pipe Dream, happen to get the job done here, they would be a late pick 5 carryover in effect. All horses are live to end this early pick 5, except for number 7, Azucar Pipe Dream. So we've got another best bet idea here. Robert Reed Jr. chasing after number 2, Tanzanian, 8-1 in the morning line. Right now it's 5-1. Comes in off the claim for trainer Joey Squires. So the second start back off layoff. That should read second start back off a rest. For a Tanzanian, had missed a significant amount of time prior to her latest go, her season debut over Flamborough, where she was claimed. So here she is, second start back off a rest. That should read for Tanzanian here. Best bet selection for Robert Reed Jr. in tonight's 5th race. A super high 5 opportunity. Here we go. The starters are parading here for race number 5. They're being led by the roan. That is Tanzanian off the claim. Now for Bobby Weinhold Harris, trained by Joey Squires. Brett MacDonald on board. Next on parade, number 3, Runaway Heiress gets a shoeing change here tonight. Steal the flip-flops up front. James MacDonald on board for Chris Kane and Jason Sherman. Jason trains. Number 4, Saboni. Saboni has Bob McClure on board for Herbert Swinhoe. It's Mike Rogers conditioning. Mark McCormick owning and training number 5, Black Creek Rosebud, Doug McNair. Number 6, Moramapo. Moramapo gets Louis Villebois driving for Ralph and Sandra Pitt with John Kennedy training. Moramapo looking sharp here at 13-1. Outside chance for 7, Azucar Pipe Dream. Tom Ham, the owner, trainer. Austin Sori, the call. And then number 8, Anchor So Real. Travis Henry for Robert and Ron Woodburn. Cassidy Schneider does the training. Those are your 8 pacers then for an exactor try, the early Super High Five Opportunity. It's a group of claiming mares on the pace, $8,500 tags in here. And number 1, Fly Santana. I like the rail advantage here. Second best over Flambeau in her latest in 57. Fly Santana for me is one that wants to be up close here, either on or near the lead. Colin Kelly circled them with He's a Handyman, romped away. He can come right back with Fly Santana, but he won't be doing it 4 wide with this mare.
No, definitely not. And, how about the local boys so far, Sugar? Brett McDonald wins the first race, and now Colin Kelly wins the second, and he's got a big chance anyway with Fly Santana. Driven the horse 15 times before, and 7 on the board finishes. Just 1 win, but certainly one he's familiar with.
Exactly. I like this mare, Fly Santana, especially with that rail advantage. Just a one-time winner this season. It was actually over the big track, Woodbine, Mohawk Park. But Fly Santana, for me, definitely worth a look here for this high five opportunity. More to think about in here. A field of 8 on the pace. This would be leg 3 of the ORDC. We've got Doug McNair up on the 5, Black Creek Rosebud. There's not a horse in here showing 56-4 speed over London. Black Creek Rosebud, she got forwardly placed 2 back here. Ryan DeRoche was on board tonight. She gets Doug McNair. If she's got early speed, if she can find a 56-4 kind of mile in her toolbox tonight, she would be a serious factor.
Yeah, if she could find that form, she definitely has a big chance. And, we're talking about, horse and driver combinations that have worked in the past. Well, Doug, 2 for 2 on Black Creek Rosebud.
That's some great info right there. Doug McNair, unbeaten when sitting behind number 5, Black Creek Rosebud, currently 5-1. As Robert Reed Jr. mentioned, 2 for 2. McNair with the 5, Black Creek Rosebud. What can you tell us about James McDonald and his relationship with number 3, Runaway Heiress?
Never driven her before, so there's not much there.
There is a shoeing change, interesting shoeing change here tonight. Steel to flip-flops up front.
Yeah, one that typically will deter me. I mean, I do have this one picked for 3rd, but when the move goes to flip-flops, that's usually where I kind of shy away a little bit. That might be why she's going off at 7-1 right now on the board.
Okay, I've always kind of liked her around here in London. Her last victory was here in London. That was late March. It was 2 minutes 1/5 over a quick track. She's also got a victory in 58 flat over the sloppy going here. Runaway Heiress, James McDonald may try to put this one in play tonight as we go inside of 2 minutes. Bob McClure up on 4, Saboni. Saboni's been kind of popular in the claiming box over the last year or so. Had a victory gate to wire, 2 back, well, just 1 back, I guess, showed a scratch there last time. But on April 25th, wired them up here 2 minutes 1/5. Garrett Rooney was on. Bob McClure with Saboni, an early speed threat.
Yeah, and she certainly is one that's quick off the gate, and I think that's going to be the game plan tonight from post 4, and 7-2 looks like a fair price on Saboni. I think we'll see her fired up early. And about my best bet here.
Yes, I was going to say, where's that Tanzanian? We're looking at her right now.
So apparently, you and I both failed geography.
Okay.
Because it's Tanzanian.
Tanzanian.
Yeah, I got a phone call that actually pointed that out to me. We've been saying it wrong all the time, but that's okay. Tanzanian is the way you pronounce it. And she's a good-looking roan mare. And right now, 5-1 on the board. I like it. I mean, it's my best bet.
I know.
I've been waiting for this one.
You have been. And you know what? For the first time in her career, maybe, she's going to get her name called correctly tonight.
Well, there you go.
You only got to tell me once, right?
Yeah, and you know what? So we're not only, providing insights on harness racing, also educational in the geography category as well.
Right on. Well, I did pretty good at geography, wasn't so good at English, pretty good at math. Yeah, I just wasn't much of a student, but you know what? It all worked out for me. Here we are calling races in London. It's the Ontario Regional Driving Championship, leg 3 of the challenge. Wide open here. On the rail, Fly Santana's current favorite at 2-1. Then we've got Tanzanian, Runaway Heiress, Saboni, Black Creek Rosebud, Moramapo, Azucar Pipe Dream, Anchor Surreal back tearing at a 16th out. Here they come. They're off. Runaway Heiress with early speed. Saboni up close. Black Creek Rosebud is there as well. Fly Santana using that rail advantage to sit into the top four. It's going to be Saboni. Saboni for Bob McClure to grab control. Runaway Heiress pocketing up there in second. James McDonald left out there in third. Black Creek Rosebud for Doug McNair, and he's got that one rousing up on their way to the quarter mile. And this group of $8,500 claiming mares, they are going some. They're going lots through that opening quarter. 27-3, getting the worst of it. Black Creek Rosebud and McNair, they're being left out. Saboni drove on. Back on for the deuce will be Runaway Heiress out there in third, but in a whole world of hurt in the early going was a Black Creek Rosebud. Fly Santana 3 wide on the outside. Here's Mora Mappo. Louis Philippois getting this one in play. Off the back end, Anchor So Real with Travis Henry. Then it came Tanzanian. Brett McDonald trailing Azukar Pipe Dream Austin Story 57-2 halftime, and it's still Saboni going forward. Second best, Runaway Heiress. Mora Mappo made that 3 wide move at the half, and she's out there in third. Fourth and in, Fly Santana up between the mares into fifth. Black Creek Rosebud, sixth and in, Tanzanian. 3 wide off the back end was Anchor So Real, and last, Azukar Pipe Dream, 3/4 up and 1, 26-4. Saboni is still selling it. Second best, we've got Runaway Heiress, and James McDonald appears to have a ton. She's going to get room right here, right now. Runaway Heiress coiled up like a rattlesnake she was, and now she's springing from the pocket. Runaway Heiress drove on by Fly Santana with some late pace, but it's going to be Runaway Heiress. McDonald for Sherman and Kane. Second best was Fly Santana. Tanzanian up for third. It was tight for fourth. Saboni trying to hold against Azukar Pipe Dream from last. 157 flat, and yet again 5 for 5 in lifetime best in London so far today. Unofficial winner number 3, Runaway Heiress. Second best, the 1, Fly Santana. Number 2, Tanzanian, finishing third. Looked like the 4, Saboni getting fourth then. 3, 1, 2, and 4. It's unofficial. Tripping out for a victory tonight, Runaway Heiress, 5-year-old daughter of Armbo Baylor. Out of Untold Millions by Dealer Takes All, bred in Killarney, Manitoba by Daryl and Sherry Mason. Owned by Chris Kane and Jason Sherman, Jason Training. James McDonald on board for this victory. Runaway Heiress makes it 5 for 5 in lifetime best thus far tonight in London. She's going home with a new speed badge of 157 flat off that pocket ride to victory. Runaway Heiress. All kinds of supporters on hand for this infield winner circle photo. She makes her way back in with her winning caretaker here. She'd complete the early pick 5, 20-cent payout. We'll come back to it. She's a $6.60 winner. Exactor 2070, dollar try 74.35. The high 5 for 20 cents, 425.74. And the pick 5 onto the 5th race, 20-cent ticket, 601.73. So great looking winner circle activities here this evening. Looks like it's going to make for some wonderful photos. A beautiful sunny evening for the horse races here in the Forest City of Ontario. James McDonald, reigning world driving champion from 2017. He was on board. Runaway Heiress for the Newmark in 1:57 flat. Congratulations. Here's that official rundown for the fifth. Fly Santana was second. Tanzanian finishing third. Runaway Heiress won it. Saboni was fourth. Black Creek Rosebud 8th. Moramapo 5th. Azucar Pipe Dream finished 7th. Anchor Surreal was 6th. So again, the top down reading at 2, 3, 1, 4, 8, 5, 7, 6. Okay, getting set to bring up some Will Pays here. And following that, we'll touch base with our eyes and ears in the paddock this evening. Nathan Bain standing by for a live paddock hit. Here's your dollar pick for Will Pays. The early pick 4 on to race number 6. Favorite to complete it, number 4, Simon Said, comes back at 342 even based on the dollar ticket. Then 512.05 for the second choice, being number 3, Brother Aiden. So best of luck if you get a live play. Fourth and final leg of an early pick 4 comes up next. We've got a late pick 5 that will begin in race number 7, as we're now moments away from a post parade of race number 6. Nathan Bain standing by in the paddock this evening for a live hit, and after 3 legs, we've seen Newmark for Century Harlot, Brett McDonald. A Newmark, he's a handyman, Colin Kelly. And a Newmark, Runaway Heiress, James MacDonald. So Nathan Bain, if you're with us, how about tuning in here for prior to race number 6? And you know what? Guys have said track condition really good, and maybe never better than this evening, right? The conditions are perfect for what we've seen. 5 races in and 5 new marks.
Kudos to the track. I mean, the track is lightning fast tonight, and they're flying out there, you know. Some tough racing. We've seen early speed battles, and we've seen some late closing off the pace effort. So it's definitely been a mix-up of racing. And, you know, looking at the 6th race, there could be different opportunities to see what happens. We could see some early speed. We could see some late closers. It's going to be interesting to see how this one sets up.
One thing I don't think we'll see in here is a new lifetime best. It would take likely the 2 Are Thinking Monster or the 3 Brother Aiden to win. They're both showing a life best of 57 and 57 and 1. The rest of the field, though, they're showing some much faster miles there. So these are older horses and geldings on the pace. Price tags of $10,000, $5,000 to $15,000. Kind of wide open. AJ Knight coming in from a lifetime best of 154. He was a long shot winner over Woodbine Mohawk Park. Do you have a top selection in here you want to talk about for race 6, Nathan?
Well, I did go to the 4 Simon Said, but you know, I think this one will be can show some early speed, and I think Doug's going to have this one close to the front. But he also got some late closes in here, and he was my top choice. But I think this is a very wide open group, so. You got Take the Deal can show some early speed, but the outside, that's a tough place to get away well because, you know, they want one thing tonight, and that's the lead. So I think Take the Deal could have some challengers. You got Simon Said. You know, really AJ Knight's not much of a lever, and that one seemed to be a bit better on the bigger track. So, you know, that's why I kind of like Simon Said because I think he can maybe make the front here. And you know, the one that kind of interests me here is Brother Aiden because I think if there's an early speed battle, you know, Brother Aiden could come up late. And he was huge last time and winner by 5 in that effort. And Bob McClure on board Brother Aiden this week. But, you know, these are some classy horses, and I think we're going to see a great horse race in here.
All right, we've seen lots of lifetime best. Speaking of lifetime best, Brother Aiden, 57 flat over Leamington last summer. You likely called that one.
Oh, if that's the one I'm thinking of, that was a huge mile. And for Leamington, that was a pretty big clip. And, you know, Brother Aiden, he can pull the odd one out of the hat. And
certainly did last time at 41 to 1.
He kind of surprised me in there. And, you know, either he's kind of in the mix, but he always brings his A game. But the odd start, he'll throw a big start out there. And, you know, George Robinson, he's always got these ones ready to roll.
You know, if you want to go a big start, why not make it happen in the Ontario Regional Driving Championship? That's what we've got going on right now here tonight in London. This is the 4th leg coming up. It appears to be wide open so far. 3 races in, and we've had 3 different drivers winning. So wide open thus far in the ORDC. Thanks so much, Nathan. We'll catch up with you again here soon. Starters for race number 6, Exactor Tri Superfecta Field. Number 1, AJ Knight comes in off as a lifetime best over Woodbine Mohawk Park. He's owned by Cal Kipfer, trained by Terry Gallant with Brett MacDonald on board this evening. Our Thinking Monster, post 2. It's James MacDonald driving for Triple S Equine. The trainer is Mitch Tierney. George Robinson, owning and training number 3, Brother Aiden, Bob McClure. Then it's the 4, Simon Said, Doug McNair on board for the owner, Michelle Borer. Trainer is Bruce Goy. 5 is out. Number 6, Take the Deal, owned by Fallon Stuckey. The trainer, Stephanie McDermott. The driver, Austin Sori. And number 7 outside, Dashiki. This one owned and trained by Bill Leon. Travis Henry. Trailing spot 8, Sports Jacket. Trevor Henry, the call for Kyle Stretch. The trainer, Sean Hyatt. And moving in from the also eligible spot, number 9, No Time at All. No Time at All. Bert, Betty, and Jason Sherman sharing ownership with Jason training. The driver will be Louis Philippois. Louis Philippois for number 9 here in race number 6. So a field of 8 getting set to go postward here shortly for an exactor try and a superfecta. Here's a look at number 4, Simon Said here in race number 6. Top selection for myself, top selection for Robert Reed Jr. as well. We get talking about Doug McNair in the pregame show, thinking many of these horses that he sits behind tonight kind of suit his style. This is one of them for sure.
Definitely, and now he gets a better post to work from as well. Post 4, Simon Said, one that's blessed with early speed, and there's not an abundance of speed to his inside, at least not speed that I think can really hold him out if he wants the early lead in here. And I just think that Simon Said is one that you can certainly hang your hat on here in race number 6. 3-2 on the board right now. I think that's probably about what he should be. For me, the main danger would likely come right to his outside number 6, Take the Deal. But no, I'm a big fan of Simon Said here with Doug McNair aboard.
3-2 right now. Current favorite Doug McNair yet to hit the winner's circle in the Drivers' Championship. Yet to hit the winner's circle as well in the Drivers' Championship is Trevor Henry on board the 8 Sports Jacket. Though he did win the opener with Cranky's Boy. Sports Jacket from a trailing spot for trainer Sean Hyatt, and mentioned it a few times already. Those trailing spots may be tough to overcome tonight.
Yeah, second start off the claim for Sean Hyatt. The draw is certainly not going to, do any favors for Sports Jacket on here. I mean, there might be a little bit of speed, in front of him, but I think that most of the gate speed here is going to come towards, the middle to the outside of the gate. So they'll probably come crashing down, and this one might, not get away so well. So Sports Jacket's one that, might be able to get a smaller chair, but I don't have my top 4.
And number 6, Take the Deal, was a winner last time out. It was gate to wire for Stephanie McDermott. Austin Sori catch driving this one this evening. Price tags ranging from $10,500 to $15,000 in this claimer for the Age Pacers. Take the Deal, very strong in his latest.
Yeah, it's strong winner last time. Right now, 7-2 on the board. I think is probably an overlay on Take the Deal. Second choice for me has worked from inside post in his last 2, finishing 1st and 2nd. Last time starting from the same post position at Flamborough Downs, finished 6th. But I just think that he kind of figures in here, and to me, he looked like the one that kind of stood out as second best of the 4, Simon Said. So I kind of have this race as 4 and 6, and then the rest of them. So 4-1 on Take the Deal is not a bad number.
Right on to James McDonald hitting the winner's circle with the flip-flops on Runaway Heiress there in race number 5. He'll try to come right back in here with number 2, Art Thinking Monster. Third time going out for trainer Mitch Tierney. A couple of Prince Edward Islanders teaming up here with Art Thinking Monster.
Yeah, they shook me with the flip-flops in the last Sugar. And I think that helped for a better price on the board, too, no question about it. And you never want to bet against James McDonald, that's for sure. Listen, post 2 for our Thinking Monster. Right now, I think 18-1, one that I'd certainly have in the bottom end of my trifecta and super. I think that's a pretty solid number on this one, working from an inside post position. I have him pegged 4th and think that that's certainly a spot he can land in.
We've had 5 races. We've had 5 lifetime bests. I think it stops here, though. These are some very nice older pacers with many of them with very nice lifetime marks.
Yeah, I think that we'd be hard pressed to see this one continue that trend, but no doubt about it, the track's in fantastic shape tonight, and they'll likely be flying in here again. Sugar, we often talked about the also eligible providing some value. We saw it happen in the Kentucky Derby on the weekend. 80-1 winner, also eligible that drew in, and an angle. Someone mentioned to me, I'm surprised that I'm not picking the also eligible in here tonight. Something I'm usually pretty fond of here. What do you think of this one's chances? No time at all.
I like the chances for No Time at All. Louis Philippois hops on board, just missing last time out over Flamborough, 56-2. Likely inflated the final leg of the pick 4 price on the 9 being an also No Time at All. So here we go. A field of 8. Claiming tags, $10,500 to $15,000 on the pace. We've got AJ Knight, Our Thinking Monster, Brother Raiden. Simon Said, No Time at All. Take the Deal to Shiki. Sports Jacket in the trailing spot. Could be a gapped off beginning here for number 7, Dashiki. Pacers, pick up speed. Here they come. Off and pacing. Austin Sori sending Take the Deal right on out of there. Action gets a bit tight into that opening turn. Take the Deal took the lead. AJ Knight has gotten away for second. Outside there in third, Simon Said he's got pylon position now. Racing out of fourth, Our Thinking Monster left out there into fifth. And still going forward here, Louis Philippe with No Time at All. Traveling in sixth, Brother Raiden. Seventh, Sports Jacket, the earliest trailer at 8, Dashiki. 27-4 was the opening quarter mile. Take the Deal. Company now on the outside. The company is the also eligible No Time at All. Pressing on, tripping out here in third. AJ Knight coming in off his lifetime best. It's a gapped off fourth for Simon Said, who closed up as the even money fave in here. Our Thinking Monster looks at it from fifth, underway to sixth. Brother Raiden, a gapped off seventh. Sports Jacket still trailing Dashiki. 56 seconds flat was the halftime. Take the Deal brings them to the 5/8. No Time at All continues to press the issue here in second. AJ Knight continuing third. Now Simon Said, given his cue by McNair, he's up there on the 3 wide side. No Time at All, though, he's pressing on against the pace setter. Take the Deal. Check him out. They're 4 wide, and it's about 4 lengths. Tip to tail here on by 3/4. 125-1. Throw a blanket over all 8. Any one of 8 here as they bend around the final turn. Take the Deal, leading by a half length. No Time at All has been living on the outside. AJ Knight could use a way through. Way up on the outside will be Our Thinking Monster into the stretch. Take the Deal almost there. Still coming. No Time at All. Our Thinking Monster. No Time at All. Parked first up forever wins in 1:55-3 for Louis Philippe. Great horse race from start to finish, and it was the one that pressed the issue all the way through. Number 9, No Time at All. Back-to-back training victories here for trainer Jason Sherman. No Time at All stops the clock in 55-3, winning over 6. Take the Deal. Number 2, Our Thinking Monster third, and the 1 AJ Knight finished fourth. 9-6-2-1. It's unofficial. Again, 9-6-2-1 here in race 6. Back-to-back victories for trainer Jason Sherman. Here's your winning caretaker. Meeting up with No Time at All. Moved in off the also eligible spot. 7-year-old son of Big Jim out of Shirley Hall by Cam Best. Bred out west by J.F. Gagne and Peter Van Seglin, along with Carl Warner, owned by Bert, Betty, and Jason Sherman. Again, Jason going back-to-back with winners this evening in London. Louis Philippe was on board, keeping this one interested from start to finish. Big winning mile tonight, 1:55-3. No Time at All, his 15th career win. That's 4 on the season, surviving the first Up Forever trip. Congratulations. No Time at All, completing a pick 4 play here. The win ticket, $15.60 for No Time at All. Again, the connections going back to back here in London. Beautiful night for a horse race. Lots of beautiful photos, I would imagine, from the winner's circle here this evening. Again, $15.60 on a win ticket. Exactor $91.90. Dollar try $271.50. The super for a buck $1303.95. The 20-cent super came back at $260 and change. Pick 4. Dollar ticket, $5,000 plus. The 20-cent pick 4 came back at $1,092 and change. Huge price on this evening's early pick 4. AJ Knight finished 4th. Our Thinking Monster 3rd. Brother Raiden 7th. Simon Said 5th. The 5 had scratched. Take the Deal 2nd. Ashiki was 8th. Sports Jacket 6th. No Time at All was a race winner. 27-4. 56. 125-1. 3/4. 155-3. Huge effort by No Time at All. What a great horse race from start to finish. Top down. 4, 3, 7, 5, scratch 2, 8, 6, 1. So here we are, halfway through this Wednesday evening card at the Raceway. Race 7 up and coming. The Exactor tries Superfect the start of a late pick 5 in London. $7,500 guaranteed pool, low take. Put a blind bridle on number 7, Kinder Grace. 11 minutes to think about your pick 5 plays here at the Raceway. Good luck.
What a huge effort from no time at all in race number 6. The also eligible going parked first over the entire mile and getting the job done for Louis-Philippe Lois, putting that teamster on the board in the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship. Well, race 7 is now upon us. You know what that means? Time for the late pick 5 wager. Low takeout, 15%, guaranteed pool at $7,500. Let's take a look at what Sugar has in store for us in this late pick 5 sequence. And he's going to start off singling up on the 6. She's a Comedian, and I like what he's doing here. Horse that I'm fond of as well. So singling the 6, She's a Comedian here in race number 7. And then going 2 deep in race 8 with the 1 and 6 Stonebridge Scout and Let Me See the All Button in race 9. Just going with an all burger, all 8 horses in race 9, and then 1, 2, and 5 in race number 10, and then finishing off with the 1 Willie Win and the 4 Heavy Duty in the money leg. So pretty skinny throughout that sequence except for race 9. Right in the middle, he's looking for a price with the all button in race number 9. Let's take a look at my ticket. And for me, I'm going to single up on the same horse Sugar likes here. That She's a Comedian with Doug McNair aboard. I think that another one that he suits well. We didn't see that in the last race. Just didn't have the pop off the gate for number 4, Simon Says. But I'm hoping that we see that here with the 6, She's a Comedian. Big drop down in class into condition claiming ranks. And I think this one should take flight early. Right now, 1 to 2 on the board, taking all the support. 1, 2, and 8 in race number 8. For me, that's the 1 Stonebridge Scout, the 2 Derby Dillon, my top selection, and the 8 Joe Rockhead. In race number 9, 2 deep with the 3 and 8 General Lee and Miramachi David. General Lee is my top selection. Love this one's draw from post 3. Has a ton of early speed. I think Doug McNair calls on that tonight. Miramachi David, though, huge effort. First start off the claim for Sean Hyatt over at Sarnia. Was a nice winner that day. Actually, my best bet of the day on that card at a short price. The trailing post to work from Colin Kelly aboard, I think that's one you want to have in your ticket as a possible bust out. In race 10, the 1, 2, and 3, Tamita Bayama, tons of speed on the inside. The 2, Go Mud, and the 3, Debunka. I think that those are the 3 you want to zero in on there. Go Mud, my top selection in the race, one that should take most of the support. Big effort last time, should be trying to go down the road tonight. And in race 11, the 1, 4, and 7, that's 1 Willie Win, rail control and speed to work with. The 4 Heavy Duty, love that Trevor Henry's aboard this one tonight. And the 7 Peter Crown. That one is 1 for 1 with James McDonald aboard. Had a win over Grand River from post 5 last season. Think that one has a chance even from post 7. That ticket right there only costs you $10.80 for a 20-cent ticket, so an economical ticket there, keyed off the 6, She's a Comedian. We got 4 minutes until the horse will be moving out onto the track for this race number 7. Again, low takeout, 15% on this late pick 5 wager. Guaranteed pool, $7,500. Of course, Sugar and I will be back after the post break. Take a closer look at race number 7.
Okay, about 4 minutes away from wagering here on race 7, opening leg of a late pick 5. I do have some point total updates. We've had some graphic issues on this evening's card, but I do have some point total updates now to release to you. It's James McDonald in front. James McDonald leading the Ontario Regional Driver Championship in the early going here with 31 points. Brett McDonald right there in second at 30 points. Colin Kelly with 28 points. Trevor Henry, Louis-Philippe Lois, both with 23. Then Bob McClure and Austin Sorey, both with 14. Doug McNair at 13. Travis Henry with 12 points in the early going. Lots more to come in the ORDC. Again, leading James McDonald, 31. Brett McDonald with 30. Colin Kelly completes the top 3 here in the early going with 28 points. There again, the point totals now listed on the monitors. As mentioned, James McDonald, 31. Brett McDonald, 30. Colin Kelly at 28 points. Trevor Henry, Louis Philippois tied up there at 23. Then came Bob McClure, Austin Sorey, Doug McNair, and Travis Henry. It's only the early going, though, right? That's after just 4 races. We've still got 5 more to go for the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship. Starters on parade. It's race 7, opening leg of a late pick 5 in London. Exactor Try. Superfecta also featured it here. Number 1. Best watch out. Trevor Henry driving for Brian Fitzgerald, the trainer, Bud Moore. Number 2, Shadow of Don Zaz. Colin Kelly up for Jordan and Deborah McGrail, along with Adrian Paquette, Bethany Craig. John Ye Conditions. Wall-Time Stables Inc. owning Deanwall Training 3, Reminisce Road, Brett McDonald. Then the 4, Galleria Sealster, James McDonald on this class dropper for Michael Goldberg, trainer Tisha Symes. Brianna Eckenstein, the owner, Steve Boston's Training 5, Scarlet Dragon, Bob McClure. Then there's the 6. She's a Comedian taking all the early action here. 3 to 5 currently on 6. She's a Comedian goes out for Susan Holmes and Randy Marriage with Randy Training. Doug McNair will be on the 6. Guess we're going to go to the 7. Kinder Grace here, switching to a blind bridle for owner Leanne Davidson. A 3rd time for trainer Daryl Laver, Louis Philippois. And then number 8, Remedy for owner, trainer, breeder, William Ham. Austin Sorey catch driving tonight. So we did miss She's a Comedian for McNair on post parade, but she will start. There she is, current favorite here at 4 to 5. A field of 8 on the pace for race number 7. It's the late pick 5 starting up. This one's all you. Robert Reed Jr. will throw it to you here to set up the 7th.
Thank you, Sugar. We got race 7 on top here. Again, it is the start of that late pick 5 wager guaranteed pool. $7,500, low takeout 15%. And right now on the screen, we're looking at number 6, She's a Comedian, and this is a top choice for myself and for Sugar, and both singling in our pick 5. One that should certainly love having Doug McNair aboard. Going to score down now. Right now, we get a good look at her scoring down with Dougie. And a horse that's loaded with speed and has just had trouble finishing her miles recently. But this is a pretty big drop down in class. She's been racing in non-winners of 2, non-winners of 35,000 lifetime in her last few efforts. And now we're down to a condition claimer for non-winners of 15,000 life. So this is a monumental drop down in class for the 6. She's a Comedian. And I think that she's the one that could control this race from start to finish if she does flash that early speed, even from that post 6. She should be able to clear these if she finds her best stride off the switch. 4 to 5 on the board right now. About the price I was expecting, and one that I wouldn't get too excited about to bet a win ticket on, but happy to have that one singled in my pick 5 wager. Looking at number 5, Scarlet Dragon on the board right now, one that I do have picked for 4th in here. Last time was actually a top choice selection from Sugar Shannon Doyle, and 7-1 winner too, in the night that he cashed a really nice multi-leg ticket with this one singled. Post 5 to work from this time around, and one that certainly looked better in her last 2, kind of bumpy gated in efforts before that. And 5-2 on the board for Scarlet Dragon. I think she is facing significantly tougher than she did in her latest pound for pound, and I think maybe 3-1 now floating up might be more like it. I wouldn't get too excited about a price shorter than that. 5-2 would be a short number on that one. There's the one on the screen right now, Best Watch Out, one that I don't have selected in the top 4, but a driver change this time around to Trevor Henry, typically driven by Andy Moore, and also the rail control to work from, and we certainly saw Trevor work wonders with that spot in the opener tonight on Cranky's Boy, and maybe we'll see something similar here. 9-2 on the board for Best Watch Out. She's a horse that is showing some speed in the past, but Trevor's one that certainly can create speed and doesn't give up many spots from the rail position, and one that you certainly don't want to dismiss from the bottom end of your exotics, especially the trifecta and the super. Now getting a look at number 2, Shadow of Dawn Zaz, one that Colin Kelly is very familiar with. He's been aboard this one 17 times, 1 win, 2 seconds, and 3/3. One that I've typically been fond of. I just think this might be a difficult spot for her. The one thing I guess working in her favor tonight is that she does draw an inside post position to work from. She's been working from post 5 and 6 in her last 3, and actually 4 of her last 5 overall. Now getting to work from an inside spot, and Colin certainly looks hungry out there tonight, so we might see this one try to get away for a position and sit a trip and get a piece of it. 21-1 is probably a fair price on one that was one of the outsiders in the field. For me though, I'm certainly thinking that She's a Comedian is the one to beat. Even money now, the price has floated up a bit, but I think we're going to see odds on come post time. 4 to 5 on the board now, dropping down. And the one we haven't talked about is the 3, Reminisce Road. One that I think, 9-1 is actually probably an overlay on this one. Hit the board in both of her last 2, finished second last time to Scarlet Dragon, gets to work from post 3. Brett McDonald's familiar with this one, driven her once before with a second place finish. 9-1, my 3rd choice in the race. I think one that can certainly land somewhere on the ticket. Down to just 10 seconds on the clock. Sugar's going to come over now and give you the race call for race number 7.
Yeah, I'll come in here now. I just needed a little bit of a voice rest there. Robert Reed Jr., great job setting things up for this late pick 5 in London. We've got another field of 8 going behind the gate here, and we'll hope to have a points update for you following this one. We've got Best Watch Out, The Shadow of Dawn Azaz, then Reminisce Road, Galleria Sealster, Scarlet Dragon, and She's a Comedian. Kinder Grace, Remedy is in the trailing spot. Those are your starters. It's the 5th leg of the ORDC. Here they come. They're off. The outside 2 had the best early speed here. Kinder Grace and Wah sending this one up for an early quarter-mile sprint, and she is teamed up indeed. Kinder Grace, this 4-year-old daughter of Sunshine Beach, leading early here by 4 open lengths. She's a Comedian is racing out of second. 3rd best away for Reminisce Road. Away in 4th, Galleria Sealster. Pocket pulling. She's a Comedian not content to sit second in here. 28-2 for a quarter mile. She's a Comedian here at 3 to 5. Now fronting for McNair. Kinder Grace pockets up in second. Reminisce Road out and rolling early here for Brett McDonald. She was 3rd. Now in the second. Will be challenging here on the half-mile approach, and racing out of 4th and angled wide as they come down in front of us. The Shadow of Dawn Zaz pairing up now on this half-mile approach outside Reminisce Road, trying to take that hard away from the favorite. She's a Comedian right there up there, and with them in 3rd is Kinder Grace. A gapped on the cover was Shadow of Dawn Zaz. Back on for 4th was Remedy. Traveling outside in 6th, we got Best Watch Out. Off the back end, 10. Scarlet Dragon trailing the field now. Galleria Sealster, 58 seconds the halftime. She's a Comedian on top by a neck. Reminisce Road chased up here at a second. Kinder Grace, an extreme long shot here at 40-1. Tripping out for Wah in the third. Fourth and wide. Shadow of Don Zaz, a buried fifth. Remedy, and off the back end quickly. Scarlet Dragon has come from way back. She shows up in fourth. Now with an eighth left to go. She's a Comedian, though, very strong. It appears they're racing for a place. She's a Comedian. Doug McNair peeks over his shoulder. Nothing close. McNair, she's a Comedian. From way back, Scarlet Dragon second. Long shot. Kinder Grace third. Close for fourth. 1:57.1. Back to another lifetime mark here. She's a Comedian. Unofficial winner number 6, she's a Comedian. Gets it over to the 5, Scarlet Dragon. Holding third, number 7, Kinder Grace. And fourth goes to number 3, Reminisce Road. 6, 5, 7, 3, unofficial. Fifth leg of this driving championship. I mentioned how deep it was. Indeed, 5 different winning drivers thus far in the ORDC. It's Doug McNair coming back aboard She's a Comedian, 4-year-old daughter of He's Watching and of Killingly Funny by Grin from Ear to Ear. For the owners, Susan Holmes and Randy Marriage, Randy trains. Again, it's Doug McNair. He's now the 5th winning driver from 5 races of the ORDC. She's a Comedian, goes home with a new speed badge tonight of 1:57.1. Her 5th career win. That's 4 on the season. She's a Comedian pretty much all the way for McNair in London. Congratulations. There you have it. She's a Comedian. She's a favorite in winning there, paying $340. The exacta came back at $12.60. Dollar try, $115.80. The superfecta for $1, $448.45. The 20-cent super worth $89.69. So quite a competition we have underway here. 5 legs in and 5 different winning drivers. The official rundown, Best Watch Out finished 8th. Shadow of Don Zaz 7th. Reminisce Road was 4th. Galleria Sealster 6th. Scarlet Dragon 2nd. She's a Comedian won it. Kinder Grace was 3rd. Remedy 5th. 28-2. 58. 127. Amount of 157.1. New mark for She's a Comedian. Top down 8, 7, 4, 6, 2, 1, 3, and 5. We're going to go about 11 minutes. Wagering time. The upcoming 8th race will start tonight's late pick 4. Exactor try superfecta. Put an open bridle on number 8, Joe Rockhead. 10 minutes to post time. Robert Reed Jr. with you shortly, setting up our late pick 4. Right now on the leaderboard, folks, this is what we have. Brett McDonald in front, 35 points. James McDonald second with 34 points. Colin Kelly, Louis Philippois tied with 30. Doug McNair with 28. Then rounding it out, Trevor Henry, Bob McClure, Austin Sorey, and Travis Henry. Those are the updates that we have as far as point standings go. This deep field for an ORDC, 5 races in and 5 different winners thus far. 6 minutes to post time. The upcoming 8th race starting up, a late pick 4. Robert Reed Jr. with us on track tonight. He'll be setting up late pick 4 tickets momentarily. Stand by.
Junior trackside here. What a beautiful night here at the Raceway in London. Been an awesome night of action so far as well. She's a comedian, getting the job done in the last for Doug McNair all the way, well, almost all the way in the front end, removed from the 2-hole and went a long way on the engine to get the job done. And a single for both Sugar and I in that late pick 5 wager. But now it's time for the late pick 4 guaranteed pool, $7,500, low takeout, 15%. Let's take a look at our tickets. And I know for me, I was spent a little more than I usually do in a pick 4 sequence and don't have a single, and neither does Sugar. Sugar's going to start off here in race 8, going 2 deep with the 1 Stonebridge Scout and the 6 Let Me See. 2 deep here in the opener for Sugar, and then he's going to hit the all button in race number 9, in a race where I actually like a couple of horses quite a bit. He's going to hit the all button there, and then in race 10, he's going to go 3 deep with the 1 Tamita Bayama, the 2 Go Mud, and the 5 Mac the Knife. And then in the money leg of that pick 4 sequence and the finale of the evening, the number 1 Willie Win and the 4 Heavy Duty. Willie Win with the rail with Louis Philippois and the 4 Heavy Duty with Trevor Henry aboard. So that's Sugar's late pick 4 ticket. Mine's going to look a little bit different, but don't have a single either. Going 3 by 3 by 3 with 2 in there. Yikes. Usually I try to have a single for you folks, and if I was going to do that, I'd probably do it in race 9. Here in race 8, 1, 2, and 8, the 1 Stonebridge Scout, the 2 Derby Dillon, and the 8 Joe Rockhead. Right now, the 1 Stonebridge Scout taking the money right now at 7-5 with Doug McNair aboard. In race 9, the 3 and 8. Generally is the 3. That's the one I might key up on if I was going to single one here in this late pick 4 sequence. I also like the 8 Miramichi David, who I thought was fantastic at Sarnia. First start off the claim for Sean Hyatt, starting from the 2nd tier with Colin Kelly. In race 10, 3 deep, Tamita Bayama, Go Mud, Debunka, all have speed, all get to work from inside post positions. I think they're the 3 you want to have in there. If I did a lean, though, to 1 on top, it'd be the 2 Go Mud, another Doug McNair drive in the 10th race. Doug McNair really could start off this pick 4 with 3 in a row here. He's got 3 horses that are all going to take support, that all have early speed from good post positions to work from. And race 11, 3 deep again for me, the 1 Willie Win, the 4 Heavy Duty, and the 7 Peter Crown. One that I just want to have on my ticket because James has driven the horse once before from post 5 at Grand River, got the job done on that occasion, and Peter Crown's been in good form as of late. So even though he's got that outermost post to work from, I think he might provide some value, especially in the multi-leg sequences. But we got 3 minutes until the horse will be moving out onto the track for race number 8. We've got 4 races left on the card and in the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship. Should be a great finish. And Sugar and I will come back after the post parade to take a closer look at this opening leg of the late pick 4.
Already, Robert Reed Jr., fabulous job setting up our late pick 4 ticket ideas here. And I believe Nathan Bain standing by here shortly, getting more vibes out of the paddock here tonight for the Ontario Regional Driving Championship. We've got 4 more races to go. We've already seen 5, and we've seen 5 different drivers take these ORDC races tonight. So nothing settled just yet by any means. Nathan Bain standing by here to yeah, so what's the mood down around there? Have you met up with any of the drivers competing in the challenge? It's wide open right now, Nathan.
Yeah, I've got a chance to chat with a couple of the drivers. You know, it's a great group of guys and competitive too, and everyone's getting along, so that's a good sign.
Right.
You know, it's been a pretty wide open event so far tonight, so I'm curious to see what's going to happen in this 8th race. And, you know, it seems like another pretty wide open event. You know, these these events that makes good racing, and always on this half-mile track, there's going to be some exciting racing, early speed battles. You're going to see some off-the-pace efforts sometimes, so you never know what to expect, and this is going to be an interesting one coming up.
Right on the betting board, it's saying it's kind of wide open. Austin Sorey, Travis Henry, Trevor Henry leaving from post 3, 4, and 5. They haven't won a race for the Drivers' Champion just yet, but the likes of Doug McNair, Louis Philippois, Colin Kelly, Brett McDonald, James McDonald, they're involved in this race. 5 different winners so far. That's how deep this championship is. It's probably one of the deepest championships I've ever witnessed, this ORDC, so it's great to see. So maybe we'll see a 6th different winning driver here. Again, Austin Sorey on the 3, Escape. Travis Henry on the 4, Einhorn. Trevor Henry on the 5, Seymour Little. Nathan, your thoughts on any one of those 3, the 3-horse, the 4, or the 5, could see us seeing a 6th different winning driver here?
Well, I think this is the race that kind of has upset written all over it. You know, we could see one come and surprise us, and you know, you got Escape. Getting Austin Sorey on board, and this one kind of showing some times that maybe can go with this, but you know, Escape with Austin Sorey now, I think this one from an inside spot could come through, be one maybe to use underneath, but I think the one might be a value player. I haven't checked the odds in a minute or two, but
even Einhorn, you know, he shows up 58 and 4 trip over Sarnia's 5/8 over the weekend, so maybe he's sort of coming around this season.
You know, I thought he raced good, and you know, Ribsy's got him ready to roll, so we'll see if Einhorn. And this one, I remember, you know, even I believe I called this one 3 back, April 22nd. He came and he charged up for that win. So when Einhorn's right, you got to watch out for him, because sometimes he can pull one out and he can surprise us. So, you know, this is a spot, you know, Einhorn's capable of winning from his times. You can see, and especially the one 3 back, 59 and 3. It's pretty simple to say that he can go with this group.
Right on. Horses are making their way from the paddock now, likely going by you here. And you know what? Thanks so much, Nathan. Probably catch in with you in a couple more races here as we near the end of the Ontario Regional Driving Championship. So here we go. Post parade for race 8 up next. The 8th race getting set to post parade. Claiming action in race 9 tonight. Single claims on 1, Always Your Way, and 6, Nate's Bucky. Single claims on 1 and 6 in race 9. Here's your field of $7,000 claimers for race number 8, led by number 1, Stonebridge Scout. This 14-year-old son of Western Maverick, owned by Gladys McCarty, trained by Robert Mawson. Tonight, Doug McNair. Louis Philippois on board, number 2, Derby Dillon. Derby Dillon for Colonel Schneider Jr., Cassidy Schneider conditions. Kevin Skilton owning Dwayne Spitzig, training number 3, Escape. Austin Sorey. Travis Henry gets the call on 4, Einhorn. This one for Steve and Laura Roberts with Steve training. Al Kipfer owns, Terry Gallant trains, Trevor Henry drives, 5, Seymour Little. Then the 6, Let Me See, Colin Kelly for owner-trainer Kim BX. 7 outside, Captain Godreau. It's another one for owner Kevin Skilton, trainer Dwayne Spitzig, Brett McDonald on the lines, and trailing out number 8, Joe Rockhead, James MacDonald for Greg Mason, along with James Stewart with James Training. Those are your 8 pacers. For an exactor, try Superfecta, opening leg of a late pick 4 in London. Alrighty, top selection for me, and I believe you got this one pegged for third, Robert. Number 1, Stonebridge Scout. We mentioned Doug McNair's lineup later on in the card kind of suited him well.
Lineup. Yeah, I love his lineup late in the card here. And it starts here with Stonebridge Scout. I mean, last race we thought She's a Comedian would be one that he could get to the winner's circle. And I really believe that, he could win, potentially 4 in a row here if it works out. And Stonebridge Scout, one that I have picked for third, but does get to work from the pole position. You get that post relief for this one. And, of course, Doug McNair in the bike. We'll see some speed early from this one. And I think that 7-2 right now is a more than fair price.
Right on. I like the price, and I've always liked this horse. He's always a trying sort. He doesn't win many. He's gone winless in 2021 and so far in 2022. But he went a big one near 2 back when he came from off the pace. He traveled first up to finish second best at a nice price. Lauren House was on board, but with Doug McNair on board tonight, likely to be in play in the very early going here. Few more to think about in this one. Here's a look at number 6, Let Me See. This was just a long shot play I liked because he does show some sub 2-minute speed in his last couple. The 59-3 over the Good Going in London, 58-1 over Flamborough. And this is the thing. I'll go through the program, and there's not many showing sub 2-minute speed in this field.
Yeah, Let Me See is one that, I personally don't have my top 4, but
right.
I did take notice of this one when I saw your multi-leg wagers and you're doubling this one up with Stonebridge Scout. And I do see that this one, is one to consider in here. 11-1 on the board right now, Colin Kelly aboard. It's actually a race where not many drivers have driven any of these horses in the past. So it'll be interesting to see how, the approach is and if any of these guys can step these ones up.
All right, less than 2 minutes wagering time. Number 2, Derby Dillon, is your top selection in this one. Derby Dillon now, I just watched him score down. He kind of shied away from something as he went by the wire here. I'm not sure what it was, if the horse just got a little funky or if he saw something, but here's Louis Philippois with number 2, Derby Dillon, your top selection here, Robert.
Yeah, I love the fact this one gets to work from post 2, Louis Philippois aboard, and dropping into a nice spot, I think, for Derby Dillon. Has been racing in the winners over, condition claiming types, and Go Mud last time, Mac the Knife, Durham Town before that, Tamita Bayama. I just think should like the company that he keeps tonight. He's 12 years old, 24 wins in his life, over 172,000 made. I think he'll be put into play tonight, and 5-2 on the board I think is a fair price on Derby Dillon.
All right, we're inside of a minute now, less than a minute wagering time. Race 8 starting a late pick 4. Myself, top selection, I'll stick to it, the 1, Stonebridge Scout. You can have your 2, Derby Dillon, but wouldn't that be something if the 3, 4, or 5 happen to win there? That would be 6 different winning drivers thus far in the ORDC.
Yeah, it just speaks to how competitive this group is, right? I mean, it's we knew that there'd be no gifts out there tonight,
right.
No favors, and that's what we've seen. We've seen some incredible races so far, and I mean, it really lends itself that we've seen a different driver win each of them. So it would be wild to see that trend continue, but I'm thinking, as we get deeper here, we might start to see some separation towards the top of the standings.
Alrighty, here we go. Starting gate, moving into position. Race 8. There is still time to fire in on our late pick 4. Final call. Gates moving. Top of the stretch then. Field of 8. Claiming Pacers, $7,000 tags. Here they come. They're rough, and in the center, Einhorn. Einhorn with some early step. Stonebridge Scout along the inside. Up between Pacers was Derby Dillon on through the opening 8th. Einhorn reaching up here at 7-1 for Travis Henry to assume command. Stonebridge Scout already peeking to the outside from second, and he's going to go forward for Doug McNair. Stonebridge Scout, so long since I've seen this one on the top here in London, but he's grabbing control at the quarter mile in 28-1. This 14-year-old son of Western Maverick. on the lead. A Stonebridge Scout for McNair. Einhorn second for Travis Henry third. Derby Dillon and Louis Philippois. A look to the outside in fourth. Let Me See for Colin Kelly. Switching outside in fifth. Joe Rockhead. James MacDonald underway out of six. Escape for Austin Sorey. Then it's back to Trevor Henry with Seymour Little. Brett McDonald trails Captain Gaudreau. Half was up 57-3. That's a very quick clip for this group. Stonebridge Scout bending on towards the 5/8 with Einhorn following second. Derby Dillon out and rolling, uncovered. He's third. That is cover for the 8. Joe Rockhead in fourth. Fifth and in, Let Me See. Sixth and wide, Escape. Then it's back to Captain Gaudreau and to Seymour Little up by 3/4. Stonebridge Scout wanted every call. He's gotten it so far. 126-3 for the old 14-year-old. Stonebridge Scout. Derby Dillon trying to be second against Einhorn. With them in the top 4, Joe Rockhead. And now it's an 8th left to go for Stonebridge Scout here at 7-2. And he's looking large and in charge. Been a while since he made the lead in London. Been a while since he's hit the winner's circle. He's going there now. Stonebridge Scout. McNair for Mawson and McCarthy. Second best, Derby Dillon. Third goes to Einhorn. Close for fourth. 155-3. Stonebridge Scout. Nobody saw that mile coming. Stonebridge Scout, 1/5 of a second off his lifetime best. This 14-year-old just wired them up for Doug McNair. 1, 2, 4, and 8. It's unofficial. As mentioned, nobody saw this mile coming, 155-3. I saw him winning, just not that quick. Nobody saw him going that quick tonight. Old Stonebridge Scout, 14-year-old son of Western Maverick out of Dress to Thrill by Cam Luck. Owned by Gladys McCarty of London, Robert Mawson training. Doug McNair going back-to-back tonight. This old horse, just 1/5 of a second off his all-time lifetime best of 55-2, taking over a 5/8 track as an 8-year-old. Here he is at 14 over London's Hap Mather, going in 55-3 with Doug McNair on board again for Gladys McCarty of London, Robert Mawson conditioning, and well supported here in Victory Lane. Lots of family and friends gathering here with old Stonebridge Scout. $9 winner here in race number 8. Congratulations. So again, a $9 winner. The exactor comes back at $21.80. Dollar try, $53.90. The super for $1, $140.05. The 20 center worth $28.01. Stonebridge Scout, your race winner. Derby Dillon was second. Escape was seventh. Einhorn third. Seymour Little 8. Let Me See fifth. Captain Gaudreau 6. Joe Rockhead fourth. 28-1. 57-3. 126-3, and a mile of 55-3 for Stonebridge Scout. Top down 1, 2, 7, 3, 8, 5, 6, 4 on the bottom. 9 minutes to race number 9. As mentioned, claims entered. Single claims on 1 and 6. We've got the Exactor Tri Super, the start of a late pick 3 up and coming, 8 minutes to post time. Here's your current point standings, now on display here at the Raceway. And yes, with the 2 victories in races 7 and 8, Doug McNair now finds himself in the lead here in the late going with 43 points. That's 3 more than Louis Philippois sitting in second. James McDonald, third with 39. Brett McDonald, fourth with 38 points. Then came Colin Kelly, a midfield fifth, 34. He's still in the hunt. Then Trevor Henry, Bob McClure, Austin Sorey, Travis Henry rounding out the field here. 3 minutes to post time. The upcoming ninth starts a late pick 3. Exactor Tri Superfecta. Doug McNair moving into the lead for the ORDC. Race 9 starters begins a late pick 3 exactor try superfecta single claims entered on 1 Always Your Way and 6 Nate's Bucky. On parade, number 1 Always Your Way. James McDonald up for Allison Kennedy. The trainer's John Kennedy. Lux All Credit from post 2, owned and trained by Cam McQueen, Bob McClure. General Lee, post 3, Doug McNair, the call for Kevin Skilton, trainer Dwayne Spitzig. Lindsey Kerr, Derek Romano, and Dave Dykton sharing ownership on 4. Edam Sports Baby, Louis Philippois on board for trainer Lindsey Kerr. Then the 5, Young Drunk Punk, Austin Surrey for Lindsey Kerr, Dave Dykton, Derek Romano with Lindsey training. Nate's Bucky, the claim entered at a post 6. Travis Henry on board for owner-trainer Cam McQueen. Outside post 7, Durham Town, Trevor Henry for owner Craig Ellis, the trainer Bruce Goit. And to complete this one, number 8, Miramichi David, Kyle Stretch owning, Sean Hyatt training. Colin Kelly on board this 8, Miramichi David. Those are your 8 pacers then. Again, it's a late pick 3, exactor, try, and superfecta. And just touching on race 8 there briefly, I know you were trying to get Doug McNair for an interview last couple of races. He's won. He's vaulted into the lead. Stonebridge Scout, I kind of liked him, but I just did not see a trip ever from that horse over London in 55-3.
No, I didn't see that one coming. I know we thought he had a big chance from the pole position, but he was still feeling good in the winner's circle. That's why we couldn't get Doug that time. But you know, I'm hoping he wins one of the next 2 as well, or next 3 where we can get him for an interview. But that was a huge effort from Stonebridge Scout.
Doug McNair maybe comes right back here. I know you really like generally. I do too. McNair. Doing my selections days ago when I saw the lineup, I liked his lineup. I liked Colin Kelly's, and you know, Doug, with 3 races left to go, he's still quite strong with his lineup.
Yeah, and before the program tonight, Sugar, I had mentioned that I thought it might be a slower start for Doug, but then all the power comes late. And if he could just, be in striking range, he can really rack up the wins in the latter part of the card here. And, I think with General Lee, this is a great spot because, this horse certainly fits at this level and is one that does have early speed. And I think that, to his left here, there's not a tremendous amount of gate speed. I think we're going to see General Lee, fired up behind the wings of the gate. 2-1 on the board right now. I wouldn't be surprised if this horse gets even lower come post time because I think this is just a great pairing with Doug McNair and General Lee. You're kind of handy the winner's circle there. What was the feeling? What was the talk when old Scout walked into the winner's circle following that fast victory? Oh, everyone was just elated in the winner's circle. There was a lot of smiles and a lot of excitement. I mean, it's been a long time between drinks for Stonebridge Scout. For sure. I mentioned, it's been forever since he's been on the lead and likely, 2-3+ years maybe since he's made the winner's circle. But you know what? He's been here in London since I've been here, and I've always been a fan of old Stonebridge Scouts. So nice to see the 14-year-old wire them up there in race number 8. Here's a look at number 8, Miramichi David. Now, I like this horse. Could be facing a bit tougher in here, though he is very confident right now, coming in off of 2 straight wins. Yeah, 2 straight wins and a horse that has hit the board in 13 of 14 this season. I love this horse last time at Sarnia, racing off the claim for trainer Sean Hyatt, and I'm just not so sure if you look at his paper and look at that last effort why you wouldn't think he's going to be competitive in here. I know you've got him picked for second, I've got him picked for second. I'm just surprised he's not taking more support on the board right now at 14-1. It could be the fact that we have mentioned that trailing spot 8 is tough, and there hasn't been a winner from post 8 yet tonight, so that could be factoring in why we're seeing a 14-1 price on number 8, Miramichi David. I like him though. How about Austin Surrey? Young Austin Surrey on board number 5, Young Drunk Punk. Yeah, this is one that, I was chasing quite a bit earlier in the season, and, one that's hit the board with frequency, still 0 for 12 this year, but, has 6 on the board finishes, 20 wins in his life. I think that, he's one that you have to consider in the exotics here, but, for me, actually didn't even make my top 4. He did close up very strong, following up a quick half there in his latest. He was 8th at 3/4, and he was up on the wide side, and he did close up very strong to finish second best for the Hot Barn.
of Lindsay Kerr. So Austin Sorey, I know many from down Prince Edward Island way are cheering on Austin here tonight. They'd love to see him show up in the winner's circle on this ORDC. The youngest driver competing in this event, only his 5th season of sitting in the sulky. So that is an accomplishment in itself. Number 4, Edam Sports Baby, one of 2 Lindsay Kerr starters in here. Edam Sports Baby, Louis Philippois. Final thoughts, Robert?
This one here looked really fired up, actually, right after post-parade. I like the way that Edam Sports Baby looked on the track, and one that's been, finishing 3rd in each of his last 3 with a win before that. Louis Philippois might be a nice pairing here. Has never driven this horse before, but we'll see what he can do with this one tonight.
I had this race pegged as the most wide open on the night. You saw my program for race 9. I'd had every horse circled in this race. So that's the way I see it. I'm going to stick to it. Wide open here in race number 9. Always your way. Luxall Credit, General Lee, Edam Sports Baby, Young Drunk Punk, then Nate's Bucky, Durham Town. Miramichi David is in the trailing spot, an 1/8 of a mile from the start. Going to be a slow beginning for number 2, Luxall Credit. Here they come. And they're off. General Lee looking for the lead. Nate's Bucky with his early speed. He's going to be up close. Edam Sports Baby got away in 3rd. So it's going to be General Lee, the 7-year-old son of sports writer and McNair, puts another one on the lead here in London. He settles Nate's Bucky in for the 2-hole ride. All alone traveling 3rd. Edam Sports Baby. 4th best away. Closer this week is Young Drunk Punk. That comes ahead of Always Your Way. It's a parked out Durham Town out there in 6th. 7th is Miramichi David. The trailer moving out as they bend around that far turn. Luxall Credit. Quarter mile was quick. 27 and 3. Off stride went Young Drunk Punk, and he scattered a few of them in the backfield, though they're all still up and all still in it. Just scattering the backfield there was Young Drunk Punk. Down in front of us, General Lee looking very comfortable here for McNair, fronting through a half. A nifty 56 and 2. Nate's Bucky with the tow along trip in 2nd. Edam Sports Baby continues in 3rd. On for 4th. Always Your Way. Switching outside in 5th comes Miramichi David. Down the backside they travel for the 2nd and final time. General Lee in control here. Nate's Bucky now. Pocket pulls on the leader, traveling into 3rd. Edam Sports Baby. Miramichi David. He's saving ground to gain a position there in 4th. 125 and 1. And Nate's Bucky went by. Nate's Bucky to the top. General Lee fights on here in 2nd. Edam Sports Baby out there in 3rd. Miramichi David trying to get involved from 4th and into the stretch. Nate's Bucky on top. General Lee trying to come back. Edam Sports Baby on the wide side closing. Nate's Bucky. Nate's Bucky. Travis Henry for McQueen. He hits the winner's circle. 2nd best Edam Sports Baby. General Lee finishing 3rd, close for 4th. 154 and 3. Nate's Bucky just to tick off his lifetime best. Number 6, Nate's Bucky. Nate's Bucky rode the pocket for the victory. Number 4, Edam Sports Baby 2nd. 3, General Lee 3rd. And number 1, Always Your Way in for 4th. 6, 4, 3, and 1 unofficial. Returning to the winner's circle, number 6, Nate's Bucky. 10-year-old, a big out of son of Armbro Deuce. At a Bombay Beauty by Grin from Ear to Ear. Owned and trained by Cam McQueen of London. Travis Henry on board for the victory. Shout-outs, of course. Megan, Taylor, Maddie, and Amy. They're all joining Maddie and her family and friends up at the top of the fair this evening. So, yeah, great to see. Travis Henry, our hometown leading driver here in London this season. He's on board for this victory. Aboard Nate's Bucky in a very quick 1:54.3. There we go. He's just a little bit fired up tonight, old Nate's Bucky. Off the pocket ride for victory. His 31st career win. That's 4 on the season. And again, it's Travis Henry on board for the owner-trainer Cam McQueen. 54.3. Took his lifetime best, I believe, over Woodbine Mohawk Park. Here he is. And again, shout-outs for friends of the show. Amy, Megan, Taylor, joining Maddie, along with her family and friends. The race is here this evening. Travis Henry with a victory aboard Nate's Bucky here. He paid $8.50. That exactor $31.60. Dollar try $91.30. The super for $1, 378 even. 20 center worth, 75.60. The official rundown for the 9th. Always Your Way was 4th and claimed. Luxall Credit 6th. General Lee 3rd. Edam Sports Baby 2nd. Young Drunk Punk finished 7th. Nate's Bucky, a race winner, and was claimed. Durham Town 8th. Miramichi David finished 5th. 27-3. 56-2. 125-1. The mile was 154-3. Nate's Bucky, just a fifth of a second off his lifetime best. From the top, a 4.63.27.185. Claiming action from race 9, the one Always Your Way, claimed for $8,500, goes to Jamie Johnston. And number 6, Nate's Bucky, claimed for $8,500, goes to Rafael Borrasa. On to race 10. 2 more to go in the ORDC of 2022. Scratch. Actually, there's a scratch in race 11. If you don't have it yet, scratch the 2, Kane Gang. Over into race 10, though. The 5, Mac the Knife. Just a few equipment changes here. He goes to blinkers. And he goes to steel to aluminum flip-flops in front. That's what I have. 8 starters for the upcoming 10th race, claiming action for race 10 on number 8, Easy Flyer. And Robert Reed Jr. meeting up with Travis Henry in the winner's circle, and Travis has brought along a guest that apparently loves tractors.
All right. Robert Reed Jr. here trackside with the winning driver of Nate's Bucky, Travis Henry. First of all, Travis, who do we have here with us tonight?
This is Kingston.
And Kingston loves coming and watching Dad drive?
Do you? Yes.
I think that was an emphatic yes. Yeah, he also loves the tractors for sure. So, Travis, leading driver in Canada right now, leading driver here at the Raceway. First of all, what do you attribute your success to this season?
I don't know. I've just, I've been lucky. I've got a lot of some nice horses to drive, right horses, right classes. So, that's what you need.
All right, and this is the first time competing in the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship. Just tell us a little bit about what it's like to compete against, such a tough field of drivers.
Oh, it's fun. It's definitely competitive. There's no room out there for sure. It's fun though. It's a great opportunity, and I'm very thankful for it.
All right, and you got some fans over there too, yelling that they love you. That's awesome. And also, so throughout the night, you got your first win on this one here. Is it something that you're conscious of the standings, or is it just you want to go out there and do your job race by race?
You look at it a little bit, but it's just try and score the most points and get them as much money as they can more than anything.
All right. Well, congratulations on a great season so far, Travis, and the win on Nate's Bucky, and appreciate Kingston coming out to watch the races tonight. Travis Henry, winning driver of Nate's Bucky.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, there you have it. 8 minutes. 8 minutes away from race number 10. Up and coming. 2 more races to go. Travis Henry, our leading driver here in London, captures race number 9 aboard Nate's Bucky, and a wonderful interview there with his son Kingston, and Robert Reed Jr. alongside as well. 8 minutes wagering time. Race 10 is next. Live racing continues this coming Friday evening. It's the 4:50 early start time. Again, live racing returning Friday evening, a 4:50 start time for that. Points update now being listed here. Might catch up here with Robert Reed Jr. here shortly to discuss the point standings. We've got a tie with 2 races left to go. Doug McNair, Louis Philippois locked in a 50-point tie And yes, indeed, 2 races remain in this Ontario Regional Drivers Challenge. So Doug McNair, Louis-Philippe Roy, both with 50. James McDonald, within striking distance, is third with 44 points. Then it's back to Colin Kelly, Brett McDonald at the 38, Travis Henry, Bob McClure, Trevor Henry, Austin Suri rounding out the field there. So Robert Reed Jr., things getting very interesting here in the late going. A tie for the lead, and still, you can go back to probably fourth, the tie for fourth between Colin and Brett, still in with shots here.
Yeah, there's still there's a lot of drivers that are in contention here, and of course, before the show, Sugar, my pick and one of your picks was Doug McNair, and right now tied for the lead, but he's going to have to really get some points here in race 10 because he doesn't have a drive in the finale.
Right.
So that's where it gets a little bit interesting, right? Louis-Philippe Roy, I think, has a couple of live drives with DeBunka and Willie Wynn. So, yeah, it's going to be tight right down to the wire.
Alrighty, so Nate Bucky with the big win there in race number 9. Travis Henry, great to see our leading driver here in London get the job done and show up in the winner's circle. Just kind of going ahead to this weekend, Woodbine Mohawk Park. I'm not sure if you had a look at Saturday evening's card just yet, but race 10 features a free-for-all. The likes of Jimmy Freight, Fun at the Beach, American History, Tattoo Artist, Revolt, and other Under the Southern Sun. So interesting free-for-all pace, maybe ones to watch possibly for our big race the end of the month.
Oh, for sure. I think that, hopefully quite a few of those horses, will be making their way. We know Jimmy Freight will be. Hopefully some others in that field will be making their way to the Kamloops. And, listen, I think that bringing back the free-for-all at Mohawk Park is something that I love. I mean, I grew up watching the free-for-all and the junior free-for-all.
That's right.
And I love the new format for it. So, Jimmy Freight's been unstoppable in there. But I think with the new additions, it's going to be a real horse race.
Right on. Nathan Baines got a best bet selection up and coming here in race number 10. He's going to be all over number 2, Go Mud. Doug McNair, his final kick at the can tonight. He'll be trying for that driving triple, likely sending Go Mud. Nathan mentioning this one had an easy win last time, gets the inside post with McNair on board. He's got to go for the lead.
Yeah, I definitely think this one's going to be sent right on down the road, and I love the effort last time. I think McNair suits this horse, and we'll get closer to post time with the price on him. But wow, 3-1 right now on Go Mud. I'd be definitely betting some win money on that one. That's extreme value on the 2 Go Mud here.
Yeah, he got brave on that front admission. They couldn't look him in the eye. I'm not sure he takes the eyeball all that well, but when he gets left alone, he gets very brave. The 11-year-old son of Armbroduce, very sharp in winning 58-4 last time out. But you know what? He might be one of those horses that steps up and wants to rip one off tonight in 55 or 56. We've seen a few of those. We figured there would be some speed this evening, and yes, indeed, the likes of Nate's Bucky, Stonebridge Scout, Century Harlot earlier on in the card. Some wonderful racing action all evening long, and still 2 more to go to decide the Ontario Regional Driving Championship. Single claiming action here in race 10. A single claim better than number 8 Easy Flyer. Again, a single claim better than number 8 Easy Flyer here for the upcoming 10th race. Claiming tag $7,000 here for horses and geldings on the pace. They'll start a late double, Exactor, Try, and Superfecta. Post parading now for race number 10, led by the 1, Timidabayema. This one owned by Tom Ham and Jordan Ham, with Tom training. Bob McClure, the call tonight. Out of post 2, it's going to be Go Mud. Go Mud will try to double up here for owner-trainer George Robinson, Doug McNair. Louis Villepoix driving number 3, Debunka. This one owned and trained by Cam McQueen. Ryan Clements and Ashley Kerr in the ownership line for number 4, Berries Shelby. Lindsay Kerr training, Austin Soria. Mac the Knife at a post 5. The blinkers going on for owner-trainer Chris Kane, Travis Henry. Number 6, Coin Flip. It's going to be Trevor Henry tonight for Martin Kipfer, the trainer Jonathan Panos. Outside chance for 7, Catch My Contrail. Colin Kelly for Leanne Davidson. Trainer is Darrell Laver. And then number 8 with the single claim header, that is Easy Flyer, going out for Michael Stamp and Janet Larcombe. Michael trains Brett McDonald on board for the drive. Those are your 8 pacers then for this exactor. Try Superfecta, the start of a late daily double. Chatting it up here with Robert Reed Jr. now, getting a look at our top selection here. We're both settling in on the 2-1 exacta here. Go Mud, Timidabayema, likely to be sitting 1-2.
Yeah, I think so too. Go Mud, wire to wire last time, should be brimming with confidence coming into this. Yeah, maybe facing a little bit of a tougher field pound for pound, and certainly the Timidabayema is loaded with speed inside of him. So it should be those two in the early going. I think that's how I see it. I see it 2-1, but you know, one like Debunka might also throw his hat into the ring.
Debunka does definitely have some early speed here. Go Mud was just so brave on that front end try last time out, winning in 58-4. Could come back for the repeat. Here is a look at number 1, Timidabayema. Bob McClure on board, and this one had sailed gate to wire 3 back at 58-4, just missing 2 back to Durham Town, and then no shot when leaving from the trailing spot last time out. Never really got involved, but with this rail advantage, we'll expect more.
Yeah, I just crossed off that last one from the trailing post. He needs his nose on the gate, and you know, pole position for this one's going to likely be the difference. Loaded with early speed, and Bob McClure 24 times previously in the sulky on this one. 7 wins, 5 seconds, and 4 thirds.
He knows him well. There you have it. Bob McClure gets along just fine with Timidabayema. He's a 50-time winner throughout his career, a mark of 52-2, dating back to a 13-year-old son of Cam Luck. How about the 5, Mac the Knife? I like this horse. Now, he got involved in traffic trouble last time out. The Connections have made a host of program changes here. He's adding blinkers tonight, plus there's a shoeing change.
Well, I mean, you got to like it when you see some changes being made. Blinkers go on. You'd have to think maybe they want to get a little more involved early. He's one that doesn't typically show speed off the switch. Winless in 12 this year, but has hit the board 8 times. And, you know, camera shy last year as well, but did also hit the board with frequency. So for me, he's one that you have to use, you know, somewhere underneath. Just not sure I see him as a win candidate.
Here's the thing. Any kind of speed battles that involve the 1, 2, and 3, that could take them all right out of it. Could set it up for a closer. I believe one of the best closers in here is the 5, Mac the Knife. We could see Travis Henry coming right back to victory lane.
That'd be a nice one for, you know, for our leading driver here at the Raceway to go back to back and, you know, certainly bring himself up a long way in the standings.
Trevor Henry, he started things off tonight with Cranky's Boy, put a new life best on him, and here he is aboard Coin Flip now. Coin Flip, something went amiss. The broken equipment or threw a shoe or something last outing. He was being pulled up at 3/8. You can toss that line. Coin Flip has shown some signs that he's more than capable with this group.
Yeah, what's interesting about coin flip is back with Jonathan Panos, and if you throw out the last one and you go back down to the previous starts for this conditioner, they were dominant victories. 45 cents to the dollar last time. I always say if you back a horse at 45 cents to the dollar, and then with excuses in that horse's back pocket, 8-1 next time, you almost have to go back and bet him to win.
That is a nice price. Trevor Henry on board coin flip. If coin flip is bringing his A game tonight and everything goes well, got a great shot here at 8-1 value. Trevor Henry on board. Here we go. Horses and drivers being called to the gate for race number 10 in London. In behind, Midabayama, Gomud, then Dabunka, Barry Shelby, Mac the Knife. Coin flip, then Catch My Contrail for 7 on gate. Easy Flyer is in the trailing spot. A group of $7,000 claimers on the pace. They're at the top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Go Mud to roar on out of there. Next door to him is Dabunka to Midabayama to be up close there in third. From the trailing spot to be fourth was Easy Flyer. On by the opening eighth, and Go Mud did take control here at 6-5. A little bit bumpy through that opening turn, but he is pacing a little bit better now in this straightaway. Go Mud leading them up to the quarter mile marker. Dabunka pocketing up here at 12-1, sitting from third is to Midabayama. Easy Flyer looks at it from fourth. Fifth best away for Barry's Shelby off the back end. There goes Coin Flip. Next to last now, Mac the Knife. Trailing the field was Catch My Contrail, beginning to pair up now at 3/8 completion. Go Mud, the 6-5 fave, in complete control of this one thus far. Dabunka continues for the trip in second. Easy Flyer out and rolling, has just taken third, moving into second now. That's cover for Barry Shelby out there in fourth. A buried fifth for Midabayama, setting it up third over the closer. Mac the Knife, and the trailers are gapped off. Catch My Contrail came ahead of Coin Flip. 58 seconds. A well-rated halftime here for Go Mud. Go Mud on top by half length. He's got Easy Flyer pressing on here in second. Locked in the box third, Dabunka. Out there in fourth, Barry Shelby. Still a buried fifth for Midabayama. Third over and still in it. Mac the Knife. 3/4 went by. 126-3. Go Mud tossing a 28-3 third frame at them. Dabunka, long shot pocket sitter looking for some daylight. Barry Shelby, and off the back end, Mac the Knife into the stretch, and it's still Go Mud. Here comes the pocket rocket. Dabunka trying to get to this leader. Go Mud though. Go Mud almost there. Go Mud. Dabunka. Oh, it's tight. Dabunka with Louis Philippois, or Go Mud and Doug McNair. A picture to decide the 10th. That got very close. Go Mud leading all the way. Pocket sitter Dabunka. Right to him here on the line. It's awfully close. Going to catch them on the slow-mo. Again, it's Go Mud doing all the work. Trying to double up here, though the pocket sitter Dabunka going best of all. Win photo goes to number 3. Dabunka. 3, 2, 4, and 1. It's unofficial. Back-to-back owning and training victories for Cam McQueen. Louis Philippois, his second trip to victory lane tonight, comes on board. Dabunka, 11-year-old son of Matt Namara's band, out of Looks Like Magic 2 by Chairman of the Board. Again, owned and trained by Cam McQueen of London for his double tonight. Louis Philippois driving for his double. A winning trip of 157 flat for a pocket rocket in Debunka with a 12-1 upset. Congratulations. Cam McQueen. Cam McQueen down front, please. Going official here, Debunka winning, paying $27.40. The exactor comes in at 64 even. Dollar try 165.20. The super for $1, 371.10. 20-cent superfecta worth 74.22. I believe we'll be going down to the winner's circle here shortly with winning driver Louis Philippois. The official rundown for race 10. Timida by Emma was 4th. Go Mud 2nd. Debunka your race winner. Barry Shelby 3rd. Mac the Knife was 5th. Coin Flip 8th. Catch My Contrail finished 7th. Easy Flyer was 6th and was claimed. Fractions of 28 and 1, 58, 126 and 3. The mile of 157 flat. Debunka 55th career win, and that is 3 on the season. A top down, a 4-2-1, 3-5-8-7-6 from race number 10. 8 Easy Flyer was claimed for the price of $7,000. Goes back to trainer Cassidy Schneider. So, down to the winner's circle we will go. Robert Reed Jr. with us on track tonight. He's got winning driver Louis Philippois from race number 10. Louis' second win, and I believe that puts him in control now for this ORDC. Setting it down trackside to Robert and Louis.
All right, I'm here trackside with Louis Philippois, winning driver of Debunka. First of all, Louis just almost went all the way back to the paddock and then jogged back, so thank you for that. Now I know how drivers stay in shape.
I don't know if that's all, but I kind of realize I'm not that much of in shape.
All right, well, thank you for doing this, Louis. And, Debunka, you've driven that horse 4 times in the past. I think you had 3 wins and a second. Is that something that goes in your mind going behind the gate?
Well, I didn't know the stat that precisely, but I just know he's a good old horse that gives you a decent try if you give him a decent drive, kind of. So it worked out pretty good for him to have just to work the little bit down the lane, and he responded pretty well. He's a horse pretty easy to drive, really, and decent. It's always nice to sit behind him.
And a perfect trip, and then coming up, very tight at the finish there. I wasn't sure who won. Did you have a good feeling you got up for the photo?
Yeah, I thought I had a good feeling, but I don't know. The wire is a little bit different here than other tracks, kind of. So you never know unless you drive here every night. But even Dougie was a little mad after the race, so I guess I was a winner.
Well, Doug now is going to be in the clubhouse, so to speak, right? And I think he'll be second in the standings. You guys were tied atop of the standings going into that one, so now you're alone at the top of the leaderboard, and you have a good one to drive here in the finale. What are your thoughts going into that one?
Well, I talked with Tyler Nustad that trains him. Actually, he called me today. He said he's a little funny to going on the gate, but once it's going, it's good. So as long as I don't put him on a run early in leaving the gate, I guess I got a good shot, eh?
Well, thank you, Louis. Good luck in the finale. Louis Philippois, winning driver of Debunka. One more race to go in the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship.
Right on, and right in behind you, gentlemen, the latest point standings update. And Louis Philippois, with that victory, vaults him ahead of Doug McNair. 65 for Louis, 60 for Doug McNair. Then it's back to James McDonald in third with 44 points. Brett McDonald at 41, Colin Kelly at 40. Then came Travis Henry, Bob McClure, Austin Sorey, and Trevor Henry. So Louis, maybe with the stranglehold here going into the finale. He does have a live mount on board number 1. Will he win? We just heard him say if he can keep them together in the early going, he'll get a great shot at the victory here. Doug McNair sitting in second currently. no drive in the finale. Doug McNair will look to hold on to that second position going into the finale of tonight's ORDC event. A wonderful show all night long, and a wonderful job, I must say. Many are saying a wonderful job by our track crew. The track just in wonderful shape this week, and tonight is just exceptional. We've seen some very nice lifetime bests put on some horses. We've seen some nice old horses find miles within themselves that, you know what, I'm not sure where they came from. Stonebridge Scout at 55-3, Nate's Bucky, I believe, 54-3, and then, as mentioned, some nice lifetime bests put on some horses earlier in the card. So from Team Spitzig's tuned in tonight. Taylor and Rusty mentioning that track crew doing a heck of a job, track condition lightning fast for this challenge. So wonderful job to our racing team looking after the track surface here this evening. It definitely is in great shape. We've got about 4 minutes left to go for race number 11. We'll catch up with Nathan Bain down around the paddock here shortly. Stick around. All right, as mentioned, we'll have Nathan Bain here shortly. We're going to get some will pays now posted here for a late double, late pick 3, late pick 4, and late pick 5. Best of luck if you get some live plays. There are some decent payouts considering what has come in here on this back half of the ORDC. Alrighty, there you have the will pays. We're about 2 minutes away from race number 11. One final time down around the paddock to our eyes and ears that way. Nathan Bain joining us here prior to the finale. So Louis Philippois goes 5 points ahead of Doug McNair, who will now have to sit back and watch the rest of them compete here in the finale. Louis gets a great shot with Willie Wynn. And your best bet just missed. Go Mud. Very game until the end there, Nathan. Just got nipped at the line. It was too close to call. Great horse race.
Yeah, I know. And great effort. And the Bunka, just a classy old horse, and took full advantage of kind of an off-the-pace effort and sat right behind and pounced late. And you know that wire can be tricky to call from sometimes, and that was a close one.
Yeah, I wasn't about to call a winner in that one. We'll let the pitcher decide that one.
Safer way.
Yeah, you bet. Mel Keith of Ontario Racing, she has selected number 5, Run Like Hill, in the upcoming 11th and final race. Melissa noting that his quickest mile ever on a half mile came in his latest over London. It was 1:59 flat, so maybe going in the right direction here. Number 5, Run Like Hill. There is the win photo on our monitors right now. I don't know if you have a chance to see a monitor down there, but that's how close it was. Just up in the final stride there, Dabunka winning over Go Mud. Again, a great stretch drive there. And it was the leading drivers. Louis Fittevois, Doug McNair were tied for the lead of the Drivers' Challenge going into race number 10. So heck of a stretch drive there. Final thoughts on your ORDC here tonight in London, Nathan?
I'm going to go to Louis Fittevois here and Willie Wynn, third time for the Tyler Nostat barn. This one I thought put up a great effort. Just got nipped by the win on April 29th, and that was a race that Run Like Hill was in, and I thought they both put great efforts forward, but I think Louis Fittevois got the momentum here. Willie Wynn can show some early speed, so I think this one's going to be forwardly placed, and I think the biggest threat would be Run Like Hill, and you can't really count Heavy Duty.
Right.
Kind of toss out that latest, but this is 1-3 back. It was a winner by 7, so you know there's some talent in this group. But I think Willie Wynn will be the one to beat. But there's a couple that are going to be main threats, and Run Like Hill I would think would be the biggest threat to my top choice in here. Willie Wynn. This is a nice way to cap it off.
Well, you like the one Willie Wynn. Melissa Keith, Ontario Racing likes the 5, Run Like Hill. I'm going to go to 4, Heavy Duty. Trevor Henry started tonight. I'll look for Trevor to finish tonight aboard the Trotter Heavy Duty there for Natalie Elliott. Great catching up, Nathan. We'll catch up with you again sometime soon here at the Raceway at Western Fair District. Great job tonight.
Thanks for having me on.
You betcha. The post parade coming up here soon. The 11th race Trotters Exactor Try and the Super High Five play is next. Here come your Trotters now. It's the race 11, the finale of the Ontario Regional Driving Championship coming up. Number 1, Willie Wynn, Louis Fittevois driving for Blue Shoe Investments. The trainer, Tyler Nostat. 2 was scratched. And number 3, Daylon Midnight, Travis Henry for Daylon Farms Limited, and Gordon Yo, Jen Pinkerton trains. Heavy Dude E from post 4. Trevor Henry tonight for owner-trainer Natalie Elliott. Then the 5, Run Like Hill, Colin Kelly for owner-trainer Francis Guillemette. Braddown Houston off the layoff. Season debuter here at a post 6. Braddown Farms Inc. owning Kendall Ron trains Brett MacDonald. Outside chance for 7, Peter Crown, James MacDonald for owner-trainer Steve Watson. And to trail out number 8, Just Never Mind. Get a bridle change, going blind, gets a shoeing change as well. Owned by Liz Tool Livestock Limited, Britt Kennedy trains. Bob McClure on board the 8, Just Never Mind. So a reduced field of 7 here as we get set to contest the finale, race 11 finale up next. A final leg, of course, of the ORDC. A top selection for myself. I'm going to stick with Trevor Henry on board, number 4, Heavy Duty. I like the way Trevor started tonight. Not a whole lot of luck throughout the driving championship, but I believe he's got a great shot to finish off this evening. Trevor Henry, wonderful job always with trotters.
Trevor certainly has a live one here in the finale. Sugar with Heavy Duty, I agree. Real easy winner, 3 back, won by more than 7.5 lengths. And, last time post 7, this one you can just cross off the page, right? Starting from out there, and before that, trailing post, and then went parked first over a long way. So Heavy Duty is one that I think will suit Trevor nicely. And 7-5 on the board right now. A little more action than I thought this one would take, but I understand why.
Right on. Another one I like in here, number 5, Run Like Hill. Colin Kelly had a pretty good lineup this evening. He's probably going to finish around midfield, or maybe a little bit better than that. Run Like Hill. Melissa Keith mentioned this one got over the half-miler, quickest time ever over a half-miler in his latest here in London. That was a 1:59 flat. He was at big odds. Not getting those big odds here on 5, Run Like Hill.
7-2 this time around. One that I've got pegged in the bottom end of my super high 5 ticket. I just think that, he's one that, raced well last time to finish 3rd at this level and was racing in, condition claimers before that. I think that's probably more, his type of class. Was a strong winner, 3 back. It went in for $15,000. But I think for me, he's more of a play in the bottom end of the exotics.
I gotcha. Over into the 1 horse now. Willie Win. Louis Philippe alluded to the fact that if he can get him away nicely, cleanly, that he'll have a great shot to win it.
Yeah, Tyler Nostad's had this horse for 2 starts, and one was a dominant win over Flamborough Downs, and that was about as easy as it gets that on that occasion. Last time, got caught in the late stages as the odds-on favorite at just 30 cents to the dollar. At this level now, the pole position to work from, and Louis Philippe was in the driver's seat on the horse and in the competition tonight. Right? It's he's the top of the standings by a pretty wide margin right now, and it'd be a nice way to cap off the evening.
Right on. Got a great shot here with Willie Win. Now, Peter Crown is one from the outside post, offering some really good value. I know you kind of like this horse. James MacDonald on board the 7, Peter Crown.
I do like Peter Crown.
You got to love this price.
The price is wild right now, 19-1. This is one that I was using on my multi-leg wagers, and I think that serious possibility of this one, blowing up those super high 5 tickets and maybe creating a real nice payout. 16-1 on the board right now. James MacDonald's driven this horse once before. On that occasion, he was like a speedboat over Grand River Raceway from post 5, and certainly no stranger to winning in this class. He won it 3 starts ago. Now the post is much more difficult this time around. But Peter Crown is a useful type that certainly fits well with this group.
I like him. Give him an outside chance here. If he can get forwardly placed, of course, he gets a great shot with this crew. He does show a sub 2-minute speed in his latest over London, and as we have touched on, 14-1. That is a heck of a price as we go inside of 1 minute. All righty, final thoughts on the ORDC. Robert Reed Jr.
Oh, it's been just one heck of a night. I mean, what a bunch of races we've seen, competitive, and all these guys have said no one's giving an inch out there. And we've seen some huge miles, a lot of lifetime marks. Wow. I mean, I don't really think we could have scripted it any better. The track condition, just phenomenal all night as well. So it's just been a great evening, and it'll be nice to see how it shapes up here and what 2 drivers we'll have representing our region.
Right on. A wonderful job setting up things this evening. Robert Reed Jr. with us on track tonight for the commentary, drivers, interviews, and more. And here we go into our final race on the evening. It's the ORDC finale. Willie Win on the rail, then Daylon Midnight, Heavy Duty, Run Like Hill, Brydon Houston, Peter Crown for 5. Make it 6 starters on gate. Just never mind, will be in the trailing spot. They are picking up speed. Here they come. Peter Crown to a break. Heavy Duty left on out of there for Trevor Henry along the inside of Willie Win. Willie Win keeping it together up on the outside in 3rd. Travels Run Like Hill through the opening turn. Trevor Henry sending Heavy Duty to the top. Second best, Willie Win. He's already peeking to the outside, and Wah will ask him to move forward here as they roll quickly to the quarter-mile marker. Willie Win on top here at 8-5. Now pocketing up was Heavy Duty, traveling waiting at a third. A Run Like a Hill away in fourth, just never mind. Fifth best for Daylon Midnight. Then came Bright On Houston and the gate breaker Peter Crown, well back and distant now. Quarter mile was 28-3 for Will He Win? Will he win? He might. Heavy Duty, second best as a 4-5 favorite, out and rolling here in third. Run Like Hill getting underway for Colin Kelly. Following up on that, though, gapping on the cover, Daylon Midnight. With them in fifth, just never mind. A gapped off six now for Bright On Houston. Never in it, Peter Crown. 59 seconds was the halftime rushing and brushing. Getting on by the 5/8. And this is going to be Run Like Hill trying to go around a stubborn Will He Win? It's Heavy Duty holding down third, fourth and wide for Daylon Midnight, fifth and in. Just never mind, up by 3/4 they travel. And it's a half length in front for Run Like Hill. Will he win? Battles on here in second. Heavy Duty tracking from third inside to be fourth. Was just never mind outside of that. Daylon Midnight 3/4 up. 127-1. 28-1 through the third. On top, back on top. Will he win? He might. Second best, Run Like Hill. Heavy Duty on the 3 wide side. Will he win? For sure. Louis in for 3, and he takes the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship 2022. It was close for a second. Heavy Duty was against Run Like Hill. Then it was just never mind. Bright On Houston, Daylon Midnight, and Peter Crown. There you have it. Will he win at 8-5? Takes the finale in 157-2, and again another new lifetime best to close out the action here at the Raceway. For the high five, 1, 5, 4, 8, and 6. Back to the winner's circle. Your overall winner of the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship, should this be made official, Louis Philippois, his third trip to the winner's circle tonight. It's on board a Will He Win, 4-year-old son of Angus Hall, and a market strike by Dewey Cheatham and Howe for Blue Shoe Investments Limited of Baltic, Ohio. Tyler Nostat training, and again, Louis Philippois on board. This is another new lifetime best tonight in London. 57-2 for Will He Win, his fourth career win, and that is 3 on the season. He takes the finale as the second choice here at 8-5. Louis Philippois puts a stamp on the ORDC tonight in London. Race 11, it's official. Will He Win paid $5.40. Exactor $29.20. The dollar try worth $36.60. High five for 20 cents. It's worth $89.87. The late double $62.70. Pick 3 $63.47. The pick 4 for $1, $1,035.10. The 20-cent pick 5 $744.64. The official rundown for race 11. Will He Win finished first. The 2 had scratched. Daylon Midnight 6th. Heavy Duty 3rd. A Run Like Hill finished 2nd. Bright On Houston 5th. Peter Crown 7th. Just Never Mind finished 4th. 28-3, 59, 127-1, and the mile was 157-2. Yet another lifetime best for a horse tonight in London. That was Will He Win. From the top, a 1 scratch 6, 3, 2, 5, 7, and 4. And down in front, we'll have Robert Reed Jr. with a winning driver, with the winning driver of the finale, winning driver of the ORDC event, Louis-Philippe Roy. We've got Haley as well as Dan Gall from Stanley Canada with us, CEO of Western Fair District, Reg Ash, as well. Setting it down to Robert Reed Jr. and Louis. Take it away.
All right, I'm here with Louis-Philippe Roy, winner of the finale and of the Ontario Region Drivers' Championship. Louis, so you were just telling me that you have qualified for the Nationals once before, but you were unable to compete in it. This time around, how excited are you to be participating?
Yeah, I'll be pretty excited, especially, like I said, when I qualified, but Doug ended up taking my spot and going in Sweden, like winning the Canadian and then going in Sweden with James. So I saw them going and I had a little hurt pinch. I don't know what to say that in English, but yeah, I'll be happy to be competing in the Canadian Driving Championship. And I think that Doug was second in their filling, so that'll be also good competition. It's always he's a great driver, and it's always good to compete against him.
And I mean, in the previous race, you guys hit the wire together, and again, you guys were both the top of the standings, and really that's what decided it. You then basically came into this one with it pretty much clinched, and Doug almost clinching that second spot already, and now he has. Talk about, you were a winner here in the Kamloops Classic in 2018 aboard Rock and Ron, and just want to know, what it's like to get back here to the Raceway and compete in an event like this.
Oh, it was a very fun day. The weather was great, the track was great, and I was lucky. The horse I was driving were great too, so that was definitely a good day. And I'm excited also for the Kamloops pace. I saw we confirmed that Jimmy Freight's going to be in. He's definitely my favorite horse. Going to go in here on a track that I really like too, so that'll be exciting at the end of the month.
All right, and speaking, you might as well go right to Jimmy Freight then, and competing in the Kamloops Classic. You went around this track quite a few times a night. You notched 3 victories. How do you think he's going to handle the surface?
Oh, he loves the half mile. He raced. I remember he raced in Flamborough once for sure. He raced in Yonker. Unfortunately, he had the 8-hole in the final there, but he still was second, and he just goes around the turn very easily. So he'll probably like it here.
Well, looking forward to that. Also, love that you still got the stash, because someone said that the stash was gone, but I see it's still there. So tonight, the stash gets the cash, right? All right. Well, Louis-Philippe Roy, winner of the Ontario Regional Drivers' Championship. 3 wins on the card here tonight at the Raceway. Congratulations, Louis.
Alrighty, and again down into the winner's circle, we've got Haley Saunders, program coordinator for Standardbred Canada, Reg Ash, CEO of Western Fair District, and president and CEO of Standardbred Canada, Dan Gall, is with us as well, presenting the spoils of victory here to Louis-Philippe Roy, the overall winner of the Ontario Regional Driving Championship 2022, held right here at the Raceway at Western Fair District. Louis with the spoils of victory, and as he alluded to, we'll look forward to seeing him back here, possibly aboard Jimmy Freight in our Kamloops Classic coming up on Friday, May 27th. Again, President, CEO of Standardbred Canada, Dan Gall, CEO of Western Fair District, Western Fair Association, Reg Ash. And here is Louis-Philippe Roy, the overall winner of the Ontario Regional Driving Championship. Okay, standing by now for the official point total finale. It was Louis-Philippe Roy. He was a runaway to win it with 79 points. Doug McNair did stay on for second with 60 points. Finishing third, Colin Kelly with 49. James MacDonald with 45. Then Brett MacDonald at 44. Travis Henry at 40. Bob McClure, 36. Austin Surrey at 34. Trevor Henry rounding things out at 33. So a wonderful show on track all night long, and again, kudos to our track crew. Had things in fine shape throughout the night. We've seen some very quick miles from horses competing here tonight. Drivers loved it apparently, and a wonderful show. Some great racing action all evening long. Thanks so much for supporting the event. Thanks so much for the drivers joining us on track tonight. Again, a great show. One of the deepest fields we've ever seen assembled for any driving challenge in Canada. Louis Philippois, the overall winner, with Doug McNair finishing second, Colin Kelly third, James McDonald fourth, then Brett McDonald, Travis Henry, Bob McClure, Austin Sorey, Trevor Henry. And that will wrap things up for this 11-race Ontario Regional Driving Championship card at the Raceway. We're coming back on Friday evening. The 4:50 early start time. Hope you can join us. From the Eye in the London Sky, I'm Sugar Doyle. Have yourself a great night. We'll catch you again on Friday.